Welcome to the beginning of our adventure in Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. Welcome to everybody who's already here with your various dancing dinosaur emotes. Very appropriate to the occasion. And just looking at the title screen here and listening to it, I think we already know how this is going to go. As you progress through the game, I bet the map that you see here is going to steadily cycle around Yoshi's island, and the instruments in the background are going to build up one by one until you eventually get a menu screen or a splash screen with a full orchestra. That's just how Yoshi games work, and that's what we expect. But for now, let's get right into it and see how the adventure begins. I'm glad that Junior at least is learning how to read. And of course at this point Yoshi's wondering, do I have to carry another one of these on my back? Another infant falling from the sky. Anyway, who's there? Is someone reading my pages? This is Encyclopedia Brown talking. Goodness, where am I? Would you folks please help me sit upright? This book is bigger than I thought it would be. From having seen the first trailer, I guess, yeah, everything's to scale. Quite a leather buckle on him, too. I am Mr. Encyclopedia, but you may call me Mystery for short. What does that stand for? It's a mystery. Now, what shall I call all of you? I kind of wonder how his name is localized, now that I think about it. And how the pun is preserved in other languages. Oh, so you're each called Yoshi, eh? What a unique group of creatures you are who happen to all share the same name. Seems I've made some mysterious new friends. How serendipitous. Mysterious creatures are the subjects of my very pages. But I cannot access any of that information myself. I guess if you set up just the right arrangement of mirrors, that he could technically look inside his own pages. But he hasn't thought of that, has he? May I ask you to take a close look at my contents and see if anything is amiss? Well, spot anything interesting? The magnifying glass is cursed, and the one that he's using as his monocle, I mean, you know, what else would you use it for? I just thought it was a monocle, actually. I didn't really think of it as a magnifying glass. It's just a slight correction to his vision. You made a discovery. The Amazy Daisy that whacks you for however much damage, like 20 damage, and runs away. It's actually just a standard crazy daisy, I think. But anyway, you've spotted a walking flower, you say. If you've played enough of Thousand Year Door, you already have a bit of a trauma response to them. Mysterious indeed. Here, try using my magnifying glass to take a closer look. Oh yeah, hence the magnifying glass. It is a magnifying glass, not just a monocle. And I guess we'll point it over here. And I guess that's all we're allowed to do. It's a walking flower, as you said. Is a flora or fauna, plant or animal? Do we get to choose? We're on the verge of a new discovery. Let's make a note of this. A mysterious creature. Is it flora, fauna, or both? I must learn more about this mysterious new creature. Would you be willing to explore the creature's habitat, Yoshi? If you peer through my magnifying glass, you'll be pulled into my pages. Just let your curiosity lead you while I record any new discoveries you make. Okay. In a mysterious habitat. 3 question marks rather worth of mystery. You now stand inside the pages that contain this creature's natural habitat. Exciting, eh? Let me know if something catches your eye. I love the way the background artwork kind of fades into a sketch. It does remind me specifically of, well, a couple of different games, but Cereza and the Lost Demon kind of had this look to it. Okami, obviously, with its hand-painted look. Tastes a bit sweet. Now, one thing is already kind of bothering me slightly, which is movement is stick only, no D-pad movement. However, I wonder if that's something configurable. Nothing on a D-pad, actually. Maybe it's used for something later, or is just completely unused. Okay, patient egg toss is the usual Yoshi default, actually. Same as always. R-stick egg toss. I felt for a couple games now, or certainly in Crafted World, there was a lot of pointing the egg into the background. And that's... I felt for a while that should have also had a motion control option. We are going to go with more recognizably Super Nintendo controls. Tail flick is new. Jump would be gobble of Y. Yeah, we'll go with that. So yeah, stick-only controls. Oh, L just talks to the encyclopedia. Yeah, this will take some getting used to. I'm so accustomed. Oh, whoops. How do I cancel out of the egg toss? I gotta figure that out as well. Okay, I guess we'll just have to get used to stick movement. I mean, we played stick for all of Hollow Knight, Silk Song, and Nine Souls and everything else, so... It's just that I'm not quite accustomed to it with Yoshi. Anyway. Ah, this is the Tail Whip. Tail Whip actually lets you put it on your back. Okay. Flutter jump as usual. Love the animation on this. Those broad strokes on the flutter jump, if you watch the feed. The creature caused flowers to bloom. What an amazing discovery. Could you curve the tongue in Crafted World? Actually, Crafted World didn't have the Yoshi's Island style toss. You had a bit of a free aim, I think. Okay, as usual, down actually cancels. I'll have to get used to it. And ground pound, okay, ground pound is on ZL, which means ZL also cancels. Okay, that's important to know. Is there a lock position? Actually, egg toss is on both ZR and R. Let me see if there's a locked position to fire. Hang on. Doesn't seem to be. Just trying to get this comfortable. No, we'll stay on patient, but I don't know if there's a lock aim button. We'll have to figure it out as we go. I don't think there is, but that's okay. Maybe it's not too throw sensitive. Anyway, makes the flowers bloom. And then we'll do all this. Such a lovely arch. This spot must be meant for ceremonies and celebrations. We don't know what any of the coins do for you yet. Oh, here it is. Secret passage. Purple one. Interesting. And yes, because it's a Yoshi game, you collect the big flowers. No red coins to deal with, at least not yet, but we'll collect everything we can. Yeah, the coins are actually the letters in the proprietary alphabet. It gets muddy easily. Okay. How do I shrug it off if I can? Can I tail whip to dismount it? Yes. So this is kind of interesting. He bopped his head and left it dazed. Okay, so that's something that we were going to learn up top, but we learned it earlier. This is kind of interesting that usually in other games, if you're riding Mario and thinking of yourself controlling Mario, then you can dismount. In this game, the tail whip also works as a toss. Now, can I manipulate that toss in any other direction? Yes. I can go up, side. What happens if I go down? Down rolls it off, then it's a soft drop, essentially. Okay, that's important to know. Backwards? Well, backwards just changes direction first. So yeah, you have up throw, you have side throw, you have a soft drop. How did I do that little toss on his back? That was just a forward jump, I think. Also, notice how our exhale got really quite muddy. Which tells me that maybe we can splash mud in places. I'm actually going to see if we can. So yeah, look at that. I actually tracked mud. Did I? Anyway, this is still a tutorial. Maybe we should continue. And this is just telling you ground pound, and that all works just as well. If it gets rained on like that, it grew into a big tree. Oh. Oh, and then it's timed. So anyways, there's excited. You were saying in this game you can curve the tongue all the way up. We'll look at that in just a moment. Oh, I forgot to board it. Where is it? Oh, no, it grew into the big tree. We need to get another one to get it to bloom. I felt like I lost a chance at something timed there. That there was a timed interaction to make everything bloom, and we couldn't. Now, let's board it. Yeah, because then, now that we have it on our back. Now here's the thing, if I toss it, does it do the blooming interaction as well? Yes, it does. Which means that you can toss and also take it back. Oh, I ate it. Okay. Can we get another one? And yeah, you can in fact sneak through as usual. I totally ate it. Okay, so you can hold it up like this. If you hold up, then it locks on upwards. So it works like other Yoshi games did. I just don't have good muscle memory for it. Because again, we're playing stick. And we'll just have to get used to it. Kind of interesting that D-pad just isn't bound to anything. Or is it? I just... Oh, okay. Yeah, no, hang on. I think it is bound to something. Let me see. Because if you go up on a D-pad, then it actually goes into the book and fills it in with everything you've learned. So no wonder D-pad is unavailable, because it is bound to something with the book. That's just with up so far. I don't know if... Yeah, so it's kind of a quick encyclopedia. It's a shortcut in. Now, I don't know if there's a shortcut out, or I have to back up through the menu every time. I think I may have to. Now, why swap? And swap the positions of the discoveries I've written on my pages. Oh, okay, so you can actually move things around in case you want to move the pages. Can you move to adjoining pages? Kind of, like a single field. Okay, so there's some customization to it, but it seems entirely cosmetic. As they grow, their faces become just as huge as their stalks. Alright. I should get another window. But to not just instinctively eat everything. Now, I wonder if throwing whoever's on your back can also collect that. I'm going to try it. Yes. Okay, that's important to know. I have to remember to use the tail whip instead of the swallow. It's just going to take a little bit of correcting old habits. Ah, there is a slide. Slide is just down. Okay. The entire area is filled with flowers now. What happens if I do that? Also, did they get squashed by the ground pound? Yes, but apparently it doesn't add that fact to your book. And there's a blue variant. We'll see what's down below. Well, there's water, so presumably if they get muddy, you can wash it off with water. Let's swallow a blue one. And... Oh, I should have put it on my back, actually. Let's get a blue one. Like this one up here. These flowery friends come in different colors. Those bloom in matching colors, many different colors. So a standard jump on them just stuns them. You don't kill it instantly, which... But do you get a high bounce off them? Yes. So this one with a crown. Is there something different about it with the crown? Why does it matter that it has a crown? I'm not sure. Maybe we need to escort the crown. Oh. And then we make everything bloom. Oh, we're on mud, so that's why we're not sliding. There's probably some marker on the level for making everything bloom, perhaps? I don't know. But you get the flower effect if you do the throw, right? Yes, you do. Okay. All three big flowers bloomed. Just like to woke up to say hello. What a delightful discovery. If you're ready, you can leap into that sparkly spot to return. Okay, causes blooming when tossed. And yeah, well, we learned that, so. Anything else? I mean, how do I know if I'm missing anything? I guess we'll find out. Maybe it just tells you at the end or something. Wait, hang on. There was something, if I put my cursor over, it gave me some other prompt. Was it just a swap? Yeah, and it highlights the entirety of the entry if you are rearranging pages. Predict a discovery. Okay, I see. So if you have something that you haven't found yet, then you can uncover what it was that you haven't found. Let's try it. So that's the use for the currency. Days when hit with an egg. Okay. And then there's actually even more. But does it give you a prediction per one page at a time? Let's try it. Sprouts when buried. Interesting. I guess maybe we stomp it into the mud or something. And, oh, even more fields. There's quite a lot of interactions that you can do here. Match the apple's color, huh? I guess we should go back to the apple then. I guess once we get a feel for the game, we'll know what kind of interactions to try without spending on hints. Flower crowns for friends. Okay, so we have the crown, and we can probably try to create it. And now we're going to be out of coins soon. Let's, before we get out, just try to play with some of this stuff. What happened to the one with the crown? I think I ate it, didn't I? Oh no, I used to bloom or something. We'll find it. Let's go back. So, who had the crown to begin with when we captured it earlier? Who knows? Let's pop one. And then let's see if we can do something with the apple color. Match the apple's color. Does that mean we need to find a red one? Or does it actually change color? I feel like we need to go back for the apple wherever it was. Maybe we can respawn the one that had the crown, and then we get it to pass the crown. There's the apple. So, if you jump into the apple's on your back. Okay. So maybe we hit it with an apple. No. What if we drop an apple? Oh, hang on. It eats the apple, and now it matches it. Interesting. So yeah, you needed the apple to be set down beside it. In this case, it rolled towards it. So we've got a whole set of colors. We can even cause fruit to grow. Yeah, what if we toss it near one of the apples? Oh. Never mind that. So there actually is kind of like a triple jump interaction too, isn't there? Yeah, there's a triple jump animation. That's what it is. With a sound effect too. We'll see if triple jump actually becomes relevant at some point. So if we do set down, I mean it's already matching the color, so I guess it doesn't do much, but what we can do is maybe we can match another one. I mean, I've collected 3 colors. The whole area bloom. Now, where was that one with the crown that we saw earlier? I guess we should find it. If it comes back somehow. Flowers bloom in matching colors. Okay. Ah, so we can do this. And then that's interesting that... Oh, if you take an apple tree... If you... make it bloom in this color, then you actually get the apple. If I understand this correctly. That's interesting. Okay. There's a lot of stuff to find out here. Now, I wonder if I can do the crown interaction without having to reset the level, because again, I did not see where it came from originally until we passed that one that just happened to have one. I don't remember where it was. Yeah, all three big flowers bloom. I think maybe we would need to redo this level for the crown. Then let's see what else we can do. Flower crowns were friends. A colorful arch. I guess we take all three colors to make the arch bloom. Now, can I actually change colors at the arch if I go back to it? I guess we'll find out. Because that might be something that you have to do on a second run then. As well as the crown. The arch was ways back, wasn't it? Made a flower arch. But then you would need to, I think, manipulate the arch. I don't know if there's a way I can reset the flowers. Maybe if we used a mud or something. Let's try it. Nah, mud doesn't do that, but doesn't manipulate the flowers anyway. I don't know if it would do anything with the trees. I guess we'll find out. With the arches, rather. Okay, I guess not. Also, is the running animation just pressing forward? Yeah, you get an automatic sprint after a little bit of time. We should have actually checked left side at the very beginning. No, this just means it's a boundary. Descriptivist. Oh, I set up the title of the stream yesterday. Yes, Touch Fuzzy, Get Diderot. Because it's a game about an encyclopedia. And if you know your Yoshi's Island, you know exactly what Touching Fuzzy does, typically. So it kind of wrote itself. Diderot, of course, being the father of the encyclopedia as a concept. Okay, anyway. All three big flowers bloomed. I guess we will have to come back in for the remaining objectives then. So some of them, if you don't do it on your first run through the level, I don't think you can actually get those objectives because, yeah, unless there's a way to reset it. If we select start over, do we keep the current objectives or not? Let's try it. Since I did tag the save point at the end, so. Joseph, welcome. So yeah, we keep our currency, our collectibles, and everything that was discovered so far. But then you do get to reset the level. Yeah, so we tag the ending and we reset instead of leaving. And then that'll give us a chance to collect more currency, perhaps, to do the crown objective and the arch. So let's remember to actually pick them up for now and then. Okay. We'll do a colorful arch. I think we got 4 colors that we can do basically, so let's just toss this. This one, yeah, this is the only one. And notice that it says to match the apple color discovery in the exact location that I made that discovery, and that it keeps it there even when you reset the level. That's interesting. Now, we know we can get minimum 4 colors here, so let's see. I guess we did tag the yellow here. Oh, whoops. That's okay. We still got 2 areas, one for blue, one for red. Or apple red. And the other one we need to look out for is the crown. And yes, Joseph, this is a new game. It came out this week. Maybe you can do a colorful tree objective too. I actually wonder. Maybe, we'll see. And every time you come back, you just collect more currency to scout more objectives. Let's get blue. And we'll do red last. Yeah, because you can make a colorful arch, surely you can also make a colorful tree. So I wonder if 4 colors will suffice. Oh, actually, we should have kept the blue so we can decorate the tree further. Oh, no, you actually reset the entire tree whenever you come back for it. And we've made a bloom before, so nothing else to see there. But if we grab an apple... Oh, no, we need to grab an apple, not eat the apple. Yoshi's instinct is to eat everything. At least the way I play Yoshi. There we go. Can we not learn about the apple as a species? I guess Yoshi knows all about apples at this point. Oh, that's how the flower crown happens. That's interesting. That they dig up the flower crown over here. How do we share the crowns then? Let's pass them on and see what happens. Oh. That one eats. That's fine, but sure, let's figure out the crown in just a moment after we do this. The arch is quite colorful now. Wonder what the minimum on that was. But anyway, we will try to do the crown pass. Maybe the crown pass requires me to sit down? Or sit down amid some flowers. So we're 2 crowns just now, so we saw some kind of interaction. Yeah, well, 1 additional crown, okay. So we know they can get more crowns. And yeah, so Joseph, this is a Yoshi game that's all about filling in an encyclopedia. Hence Diderot. And, of course, one of the iconic stages of the original Yoshi's Island on Super Nintendo was Touch Fuzzy, Get Dizzy. Okay, flower crowns of 4 friends. So it looks like Yoshi is holding the crown. So I wonder if you have to set it down. But then maybe I have to pick up the flowers myself. No. Oh, the crown actually goes down after you eat this, so. The crown fades for a moment. I don't want to completely run out of crowns like we did last time. Maybe if I set these down and bring more flowers to this particular flower bed, they could pick up crowns. I actually don't know what generates the crowns. That's the issue, but it seemed like they could get more crowns in the area. But what if I snatch this and then... Oh no, the crown just disappears. There's a flashing animation, kind of like you could pick it up, but seemingly not. I mean, if we really can't figure it out, we'll get the 100 coin clue, but I would like to see if we can figure out how the crowns work. And of course, there will be some additional ones as well. We need to get used to the key here. So, too bad there's no quick exit from the book, because, you know, you can do a 1-button entry into the book, but then it's 2-button entry to cancel back out of it. Oh, we also haven't done the sprouting when buried yet as well. I guess we just maybe pound them into the dirt or something. The creature sprouted. Doesn't mean it's a plant after all. Can I get water? Sprout's been buried, but then can we make it grow? Can I splash some water on it, or how would I get water? I mean, this is splashing water. Maybe if we bury one here in the water, maybe it grows. I'm gonna try it. Oh, without eating every single one. I'm so accustomed to Yoshi just carrying things with his mouth. Okay. What if we put it in water and pound it? Oh, look at that. They create a full field of flowers if you bury them in a puddle of water or a patch of grass. What do you pound them in mud? Well, yeah, so you can pound them into different surfaces, and that seems to do something. Okay, so what do we pound them in flowers? Well, that just pounds them. Okay, nothing. But we'll try it in the mud puddle, perhaps, to see what happens. Can I get another one? No, hang on. There must be more interactions with the eggs as well that I haven't found. Maybe more interactions with the apples as well. I actually kind of wonder. If you can plant the flowers, surely you can also plant the apples. As you can do the pick up with the apples. You can't discover anything about the apples yet, but yeah, they make apples grow. When did we discover that? I guess we did. But let's say we bury the apple in water. Nothing happens, we just squish the apple. Because that's what happens when you jump on an apple. But surely you can use the blue ones to do something special, like water something, or... Not exactly sure. Yeah, if you drop it in water, it'll start splashing around. So I'm going to try to pound it into mud. Oh, okay, here's the flower crown again. I still don't know how to manipulate it, but we'll... I guess muddy easily. What have you pounded in mud? Nothing, it just gets squished in mud. Now, getting on a muddy Yoshi doesn't make the flower muddy, though, but... So, with the crown, it seems like we can't just throw it at someone else, but what if we set it down next to another one? Maybe then it shares the crown. We need them to face each other. Do they? No. Hang on. Let's do the shortcut. Yeah, so when you have a whole section, like, grows from a flower into a tree, then you have all these subsections. Although, it seems like... Yeah, and then it would swap the whole page, because when you have an entire section like that, that's what it selects. Okay, so many different colors. Flower crowns for friends, I still don't know. I mean, we have enough coins to get the hint, but... It kind of looks like it's tossing the flower crown towards Yoshi, though, which makes me think that maybe we need to bump it or something. Can I? Am I a friend? Maybe we feed it an apple or something. And then it'll give me the crown. So I think the idea is that we need to make this give Yoshi a crown. One way to do that, perhaps. What do we feed it? Well, it has the crown. Are we friends? It's happy. Do I get a crown? Not that I can see. Can I feed it an apple when it's already this color? No. So how do I make it a friend? There are actually so many interactions here. Let's keep going. And you can actually still get even more discoveries, which is remarkable. Just how many there are. Yeah, quick splash, squeaky clean. So I guess you just cover one in mud and then wash it in water. That's simple enough. I should have tried that one already, in fact. This is an unbelievable number of discoveries. 5 colors. Really? And do you need, for the community, I guess maybe we need to put them in proximity. Around something. I mean, it looks like they're around Yoshi, who's doing a handstand for some reason. I have found 4 colors. I don't know how to get the 5th one yet. Unless you just cover one with mud or something and what happens. We've found ways to get 4 colors. 3 colors in the wild and 1 from the apples. Let's see about the mud interaction again if we can. Sometimes we'll need to eat one just to get it out of the way. So anyway, we get a muddy and then we'll take it to water. Give it a wash. All the mud has been washed away. Then how do we do a 5th color? It's a colorful community. I guess maybe if we made these 3 bloom in different colors, maybe we can do something. I'm gonna try it. I don't know if I have any blue ones left there. And indeed, the ones that were sprouting, I wonder if we can still do something to pick them up. Oh, here's a blue one again. Let's do that. Okay, let's do another. Either the red or the purple will do. Don't know how you get colorful community though. There's some kind of 5th color that we'd have to pick up at some point, but anyway, for the apple one, we can just grab anything. Yeah, so actually, that's interesting that you can make them sprout and then if you make them sprout, you can actually pick them up with the sprout, which tells me that... Well, this one I can't for some reason. Because it's already making a patch of grass, but... I feel like taking one with a sprout is going to do something somewhere. If we can just pot it somewhere. Oops. Yeah, there's that one with a crown. Nope. What if we take the sprout one and then feed it an apple? Maybe it just changes color still. But let's try it. Still works, okay. So interesting, when you pick one up while holding another one, then you do the toss at the same time and it can still be a directional toss. Still need to figure out how to get that crown. We need to be friends or something, right? There's got to be some additional interaction with the sprout. But anyway, let's plug in this color. Do you get something for 3 different colors? No, seems not. Nothing unusual anyway. And there's no exit gate anymore because we've already unlocked it and we would have to manually choose to end exploration if we wanted to. So I can't believe how many interactions there are. This is way more than I thought. Bloomed every single bud. I'm surprised we didn't get that. I thought we were well on our way. Entire flowery field and matching color. We'd have to restart for that one. And if we're doing that one anyway, then it makes sense to restart to do all matching color and all buds at the same time. And then along the way collect more coins to deal with the flower crown, however that's going to work. What do I just... like, how do I make it a friend? Flower crowns are friends. Like, it totally looks like it's tossing it to Yoshi. What if we just crouch beside it? Hang on. I don't know if facing direction matters, but let's crouch. No? We have to eat it? The illustration totally makes it look like we have to get it to toss the crown. I'm not sure how to make that happen. So the crown blinks momentarily when you do eat it. But... you know what? What do we triple jump? No. Doesn't do it. Our crowns for friends. Yeah, we'll almost certainly have to get the hint for that one, I think. And then, oh, so the crown drops. I wonder if I can actually pick up the crown with the tail whip while it drops. Maybe we need to do that. Because it blinks for a reason. There is some kind of momentary interaction that you can do with it. But I did lose the crown again, so I don't think we'll be able to do it this time unless we figure out how to give it a crown, which I don't know yet. Yeah, we can sprout it, but then that doesn't do much for me right now. Maybe there's some sunlight that we can expose it to or something. And Like, what if we planted again? Nothing. Okay, let's try to get the all buds if we can, and then... Yeah, one thing I didn't think about was just tail whipping the crown when we released. So we select start over, it should keep everything so far. Since we're just doing the open exploration, and it does look like we have to start over quite a bit too. Be thorough. Also, where can I see... So in the top left you see 25 and plus 20. Now that has some correlation to the number of discoveries we've made. I don't know what the separation between the 25 and plus 20 is, so maybe it's plus 20 that we've done in this stage or something, I'm not really sure. Or since we last exited, or something to that effect. Anyway, let's try to do the single color. Easiest to do it with yellow, of course, since we get it right at the beginning. Maybe there's something for every single coin as well if you want to be perfectly exhaustive about it. So yeah, we really do need to catch every bud and every patch then. Look at all these shrooms down here. I feel like these shrooms might actually be important. Oh, whoops. Not quite what I had in mind, but that's okay. Yeah, water's the one that was in the background. Just make everything bloom. Okay, so I think we made everything bloom back there. Let's keep going. Notice the arch pattern in the background. I wonder if that's going to be relevant at some point. If we wanted to make it match with those alternating colors. Maybe. We'll keep that in mind if we have even more discoveries to unlock later on. And we might as well wash this one. Oh, except when we washed it. Yeah, because I ate the apple earlier, I guess. Oh, and I failed the matching color one already. Yeah, because we got everything in the apple color. Oh well. We'll just have to go for it on another run then. Still don't know where those crowns came from or how we can make them happen. But yeah, if you take this one, you can make apples grow everywhere. And just get tons of apples on the field. So the color absolutely affects what you can make grow. Maybe you can just grow apples everywhere, and that could be an achievement in its own right if you are careful about not making anything bloom until you've gotten up to red. I actually totally see that being the case, in fact. Oh, and we did make everything bloom. Yeah, we'll try to make everything bloom in red. Since we need to do a color match anyway, I feel like it has the potential. Anyway, let's just avoid everything. We might even just swallow all the other ones just to clear them off the board. Fewer distractions. We will need somebody alive for feeding the apple, of course, but we'll do that. And, well, then we need to drop the apple before we've actually picked up any of the daisies. We have to do that. Now, how come I... Yeah, okay. Just need to scroll the camera left like this. And we feed this first. And we'll try to make the entire field red. And that'll be the idea. Still don't know how we get 5 colors though. And was there anything up front? Let's take a look. Okay, now... Oh, there's a little cave entrance in here. No, that's just the upper entrance to what we've seen before, so never mind that. Okay. Okay, so... Yeah, that one just ate another apple because you grow so many apples is not too hard to make happen. Let's try to get the whole field blooming. So it gave me everything on the same color, but it doesn't give me anything with making apples everywhere. Now we should go back to see what we can do about that crown. And I've got enough currency at this point that I might just spend it to get the hint. But let's see. So we saw the crowns appear over here. I don't know why here specifically. Or if maybe... What if we drop 2 together in a flower field? Maybe that's what happens to get the ground going. Yeah, look at this. Okay, good. So they both have crowns. So yeah, so when they're together in a field, they share crowns, but I haven't found a discovery off of that yet, so... So one of them plucks flowers from the field and makes a crown, and they do pass it to each other. There's still more discoveries. I can't believe how many there are. That's an unbelievable number of interactions. So, flower crowns for friends, but... Can I pick up the ground? No, I can't. No. Okay. So you just need to drop them together side by side, but then how do we get Yoshi to do it? Okay, I guess if we put two next to another, and then what if we take the place of one of them? One is plucking the crown for a friend. I don't know if there's a particular location we need to use for that. Or whether the facing direction matters, because it might. Yeah. So we did see the interaction earlier where one of them would pick up the crown and then give it to the other. But I don't know if there's a difference in what kind of terrain is valid when it comes to... Let him do that. If we place one... And, oh, we got two over here. So, drop one. So, I want one of them to pick up the crown, and there is an interaction where they pass the crown. And then I want Yoshi to be in place when there's the passing of the crown. And maybe that's the way to do it. It's tricky to set up. Almost too tricky. I might not be thinking about it the right way. Anyway, we've got so many coins at this point. Let's just actually see how much more there is to go. I'm very impressed with how many there is going on here. Okay, so there actually is an interaction to try to make the tree in many colors, which I was trying to do, but I couldn't do it in time because I guess you would have to set up different colors first and swap between them as you go up the tree. So I think you need to do the setup first and then you hit the switch, and then that's how you would do it. And yeah, nothing else at this point. So maybe we can, in fact, get 100% on this. We would need to redo the tree, though. And, of course, colorful community. I don't have any idea, given that it seems to imply 5 colors. Yeah, colorful art seems to imply minimum 3 colors, which we got. Because I painted it with 4... Okay, so we're just missing this one, this one, this one. In that case, let's come back and do the tree, and then we'll maybe take the hint for the crown and the colorful community because we can afford it at this point. So yeah, for the tree, you need to set it up early. That is truly an astonishing number of interactions. So I think with a tree, we put everyone in place in different colors. To become a big tree. So yeah, we need to do this first. But then the tree remains in place, right? So what you would do is you would set everything up and then hit again afterwards. So let's say we just drop one. And you just need flowers in different locations so you can swap around and pick them up as you go up. Example. You could get over here and place the second one. Actually, no, because you can see where everything's going to sprout, so we want to place it here. And we'll set up a red one with apples afterwards. There's, of course, the purple one. The hint should probably give us an idea of how many colors, perhaps. Actually, no, it doesn't. You just need to make a guess, but given the image here, I'm guessing minimum 3. Which means we should get an apple. Here's the crown interaction again. So maybe we should leave that one undisturbed until we know what to do with the crown. But, oh, never mind that. Okay. We'll set this one up. It does remain in that location, which is good because we want that to happen. Let's leave this one here and then maybe get a purple. How do you get a 5th color? I really don't know though. Maybe the mud counts as one of them. Okay, so here's how we're going to set up. We do this. Oh, that's going to be tricky. Oh, whoops, no, missed. Okay, but that's the idea, is that I'm going to try to bloom everything in that many colors. Yeah. How many, I don't know, but we'll try it. Oh. Losing too much time on this already. Nope, too slow. Maybe you don't need that many colors, but we'll try to do this a little bit better. I can see why this is presumably one of the more challenging ones. Maybe it's one of the last ones that you unlocked a hint for. Let's move this one down below again so it's easier to work with. In fact, we'll get this in advance. Extra colorful. Okay, so at this point, we should probably get the advanced hints for the rest since I can afford it. Also, I wonder if you can combine pages a little bit at this point because there are so many of these at this point that are taking up added space. Yeah, you can totally merge pages a little bit just to condense a lot of the additional hints, since they don't need to take up that much space. I wonder actually if you can combine them. I'm sure it's not just cosmetic, and that maybe you can combine them in such ways that you can thematically link some of the clues that you found. Maybe, I'm not really sure. But yeah, you can actually kind of add them like this, because then you can condense the pages. There's probably a faster way to sort, but we'll do it like this. Also, yeah, oh, you can totally condense even further. Interesting. Okay. Now we kind of want to do it everywhere. Not really necessary, but doesn't hurt to be a little more organized. There has to be a faster way to do this, but we'll, like an auto condense or something. Now that's the end of this section though, so the designer mentality can just follow you everywhere. Oh, wait, colorful community. Oh, yeah, no, that swapped completely. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to dock these. Okay, so not all of them can come together as a group of 4. Maybe colorful community was going to take up a lot more space. That'll work. Yeah, because some entries will take up the whole row, 2 quadrants essentially, and some will not. All right, we can afford the remaining hints for these 2, so let's just get them because I cannot figure this one out. Drop a flower friend near grass with buds that have bloomed, then accept a gift. Well, I couldn't quite get that to happen. I could get them to give crowns to each other. I couldn't get myself to do it. What happens with 5 flowery friends with different colors get together? Well, that's the problem. We don't have a 5th color. I also don't know if we can get it on the same page. Yeah, we can. Because I've explored the whole thing, I think, and I don't see where the 5th color is coming from. Maybe you need a way to generate the 5th color. Or actually... well, we'll see. And yeah, welcome, Dr. Cliché. So, these 2 are kind of friendly with each other, but they're not in the flower bed. So, let's see, because we totally tried this, and it didn't seem to work. Like, can we accept a gift? This is with buds that have bloomed, right? I don't know if they need to match or something. Drop a flowery friend. Hang on. So these hints actually wound up telling me nothing that I couldn't already have figured out. Near grass with buds that have bloomed. Near grass with buds that have bloomed. Okay, so maybe beside. Near the grass. Not on the grass? How about here? Come on, gift. Is it gonna pluck? No, it's not. I still don't see how that happens or how it sets up. Also, that doesn't make it sprout, that just stops it. So how were they getting the crown? I could make it happen, I just can't make it happen consistently. Oh, here's the crown. Crown? Crown? What about... no, what about for me? There we go. Okay, much better. Much better. Now, how do we do the 5 colors? I don't think mud counts as a color. But maybe it does. Maybe we... that's the only thing I can think of is actually to just get one of the muddy and maybe that's 5 colors. Okay, colorful community. Let's try to do it. Didn't we have a red one here? There we go. I'm gonna do it with mud. That's the only thing I can think of that would even remotely make sense. Unless there's some apple-like interaction to generate the remaining color that we didn't know about. Okay, we're going to say that mud is a color. Totally didn't work. That does not work. Okay, so how do I get the remaining color then? Do I need to maybe... Maybe I need to dump one of them in a particular location to sprout. Could be something related to those mushrooms. But then we have no more discoveries to unlock. That would make this make sense. And besides, this isn't soil. So we're missing a fifth color somewhere. I wonder if there's something else we can do other than the apple. So we have no more interaction, so it just has to be a flowery friend with an additional color. So it's implying that there's a white one. And we haven't found the white one. Or a way to make the white one, which... You know what? Oh, you know what? Look at this area here. What if we made one sprout off the page? Does that make any sense? Just bleach it. Nope. No. It's sketched over there, but it does retain its original colors, so, But I feel like there's a strong implication that we need to find a way to generate a white one. But then, if it's not one of the existing discoveries, then how you would even do that is kind of evading me here. I feel like you're supposed to just discover one that was in the wild, but what could that be? Because it felt like we'd gone everywhere. Oh, here's... That's not white though, that's blue, right? Isn't it? No, that's white. Maybe. Okay, I didn't even register this as a separate color. Or... Yeah, I totally read this as a blue one, but it's actually not. Okay, well that was easy then. I wish I'd just noticed earlier that these were two different colors. Now at this point it looks like we have everything. I'm surprised that it doesn't indicate something about having everything. Yeah, so some of these are 2 stars, some of these are 1 star. I don't know what the difference is. Maybe the stars tell you how much room on a page it takes up, where 3 stars does need to take up the entire page. I think that might actually be the case, actually. If you look at this, that's... Yeah, 2 star takes up 2 slots on a page. That's what it is. And of course, if you have a set, then you got 3 stars that are all together. Okay. I guess we'll probably exit at this point unless there's something additional I can do by rearranging pages. I'm surprised there's no indication that I have done everything, but maybe we will go end exploration and see what happens. You're saying the white daisy was a flower I used to bloom a different color for the first time. Yeah, for some reason I just read it as also blue.
Yoshi,
And was totally not paying attention. Okay. So we filled in 34 stars, it seems. And then we need a name. What should we call one of these creatures? I wonder if there's a... I'm going to hear the suggestion because it'll just give me the default. I don't know if it'll just say Crazy Daisy or whatever, or we'll see what it is. Yeah, it is Crazy Daisy. We can name it something else now. I don't know if I'll be able to think of names for the entire run, but we need some kind of system for this. Oh, only 10 characters. That's not a lot to work with. That's actually less than just calling it Crazy Daisy. I don't want to spend too much time on this stuff. We might actually just keep the default, perhaps. I think the naming scheme... Yeah, I know Mr. E getting extra characters is cheating. It's too bad we can't match up to that. And I wonder if this is actually changeable afterwards if I decide to rename it. You can change it. Okay, that's fine then. In that case, I think our naming scheme will be that Yoshi is going to treat everything like food and drink. In which case, we'll just call this... Oh, there's not a lot of characters to work with. Probably just... You can't even fit like elderflower or something in there, unfortunately. Let's go nectar. We'll call everything by its consumable form. Okay, let's go with that. That's a fun choice. Shall we officially name this creature Nectar? We shall. And yes, you can change it. Okay, great. But can I change it to Crazy Daisy, though? If I choose to just go back to Mr. E's suggestion. I'm going to try it, but... we'll find out. 34. There are many different colors of nectar. Yeah, because now it fills in the name that you pick afterwards. In all of the entries where it was unnamed. Oh, there's a second set of question marks there. Maybe for the apples or something. Anyway, over an hour into this game, we've finally done the tutorial chapter, because there was so much to do there. I've always wanted to study the curious creatures within my pages. I dare say, thanks to you, Yoshi's that wish could finally come true. The wager you're also itching to see more. So what do you say, Yoshi's? Would you help me explore my many pages? How wonderful, thank you all. Now you can't all rush in together, my pages are too delicate for that. So we'll need one brave volunteer. Oh, do we get to pick the color of Yoshi who runs around? Like you get to do in all of the Good Feel Yoshi games, actually. I will say, I do kind of miss the amiibo support that was in Yoshi's Woolly World, where there were tons of Yoshi skins that were modeled after the different characters in the amiibo line, and that was in the first year of amiibo support, very shortly after Smash Brothers for Wii U and 3DS came out. So you would just have this near complete roster of Yoshi reskins. That was absolutely marvelous. I think we'll go with purple. We'll rotate around a little bit, but ready to explore. 069, you're saying this seems like a really long game to 100%. Well, yeah, I mean, if each level is going to take me over an hour, then... This is not something that's going to be very quickly crammable after all. Forest seems to be home to many different creatures. And so when it says 34 here, it doesn't give me any kind of indication that this is fully complete. In spite of the fact there were no more hints. So, oh, because then, yeah, you can continue here and fill in even more of the chapter before you progress. Okay. However, I'm going to go back to this for just a moment because I want to see... Ah, okay, so you can just study the ones that you've already done. And then, if you reconsider the name, can you take the suggestion if you wanted? Yes, okay. But then we're going to cancel out. Yeah. I like this name as is. Okay. I guess we'll see what's growing in here next. But yeah, there's no indication that I got 100% with the flowers, other than just running out of things to pick up, so. Mysterious wriggling. This fruit may be more than it seems. Let's make room for some notes about it. What kind of wriggling, fidgeting fruit is this? Could this be a new kind of fruit, perhaps? I suppose there's only one way to find out.
Yoshi?
Love the way he says Yoshi's name. Okay, let's see it. Alright, at this stage, we got quite a new landscape now. I mean, I guess the first thing we'll do is eat it. Oh. Interesting. So, you can taste a hive, but you can also taste the bees. You can't tail whip the bees, though. But then you can't get them to ride. So the tail whip doesn't do that anymore. Interesting. They took the smiley flowers with them. Okay, we'll just have to find them. Now the thing is, because we already learned the interactions with a daisy in the previous area, we can use it. Look at how they make tiny eggs. Is it just me or did they make tiny eggs? I think that's actually true. Okay. So, what if I leave a flower in front of them? Oh, that didn't actually help. Alright. I think we can abscond with this. There's Smiley Flower Savior. They're lucky to have you looking after them. I don't think they feel very lucky at the moment. So, what happens if you hit them with the egg? You knock them away with a well-aimed egg toss. What happens if we throw a flower at them? Throw a daisy at them, rather. Hang on. Okay, the creature is clearly fond of nectar, no surprise there. So, we can lure it, maybe. Oh, and then we can try to hit the hive, maybe. Hit it with an egg. Oh, that didn't look like a hit. There we go. It pops it, but that actually didn't give me an interaction. Oh, also, this was about to pick something up. I totally didn't do anything with that. Smiley flower saved. No defense against an airborne egg. What do we try to stop them? And yeah, you can't stop them, but that doesn't count as a discovery. Hive does not respawn. You can just collect the smiley flower with an egg, of course. Let's try to toss an apple at them. Whoops. Oh, they totally catch the apple. They flock to fruit. So you can kind of misdirect them with the fruit. Or, well, no, you'd have to throw it towards them, I guess. Which is alright, because if we just grow tons of fruit, then maybe something will happen here. They landed on the blooming flowers. Best buds with the nectar. Okay. You know, this looks like something that we should be interacting with. Oh. That was a total miss. Hang on. Still getting used to the throw button in this game. It's being a little different than usual. Whoops. Oh, look at that. They stuck to the flower, and then they... That's what it looks like when they do that. But then... Okay, look at this. Now we can get them to ride. But then they eventually leave. So that doesn't last very long, but... So, can I just eat this? I can't. Yeah, but that just gives you more coins. But is there eventually a limit to that? I guess there is. Peppers. Wait, hang on. No wonder we didn't previously have 100%. Because you can actually still make discoveries about previous creatures in new stages. That's really important to know. Yeah, because then it adds this. Add check. What's add check? Okay. Alright, so you can basically make memos out of the interactions you find particularly important. And I guess it gives you this symbol here because it tells you where we found this. Okay, no wonder we weren't at 100% here yet then, because there's actually even more to see. Saved a smiley flower without being spotted. Okay, so we did something special there. I feel like there's more you can do with what we have here. Yeah, look at that. They flocked to the flowers, but what if we leave them a spicy one? Oh, I guess they're stuck there, so nothing. Okay, what if I throw this one at them? Then is that spicy in ways that do anything? That didn't seem to affect them at all, actually. Well, let's see if there's anything else that we can do to interact with the hive, because we need more hive interactions, I think. Let's see. Yeah, because we can attract them like this, but then that's only going to work for a time. Can we get them to dive down here? Ooh, interesting. Covered in honey. And alright. Do we get honey flavored eggs? We totally get honey flavored eggs. Look at that. And Yoshi is kind of half in honey right now. Fully in honey. Great. But then we probably need to do something here in order to proceed. Well, I need to look around for the remaining flowers, I guess, but... I'm sure there's some kind of interaction that involves my honey form that we currently have. Oh, also, yeah, we can probably smash this with something. But I don't have a way to do it yet. That actually looks like something we need to push out of an exit. So we need to go back towards it perhaps and oh, maybe not. Looks like there might be a way to get up here. Make something grow perhaps. Or just lure some bees over there and bop them repeatedly. Or, if I'm full of honey, maybe I can make a sticky surface. And I can climb the sticky surface. That might just be the inner Donkey Kong Country player talking, perhaps, but... why wouldn't you be able to just splash sticky eggs there? Yeah, so we don't want to wash them in water. But then if we... okay, that totally didn't work. We haven't seen their interaction with water yet, though. Let's try to get some bees to follow us. Get over here. Follow. Follow. What? They might get trapped in the flowers, though. That bloomed already. Come on. Nope, too far. So they have a certain leech range, I guess. So we would have needed to use some of the bees that we saw earlier to lead them in water. Perhaps. You would think, though, that if Yoshi is covered in honey, that maybe he could stick to things. Actually, you know what? I haven't even seen if you can wall jump in this game. Usually Yoshi can't, but... oh, whoops, washed off by mistake. I don't think you can anyway, but we'll... try it out. How many flowers do we have remaining? I actually can't see the indication. Okay. I'm sure I can make something sticky. Can I make a honey apple? Wait, I bet I can make a honey apple. We have to try it. Okay. So this has to be something we can manipulate at some point. But it seems it's closed off to me at the moment. We might start popping some more hints soon, because currently we don't see even a way to get out of here. What if you just... oops. Took all of these out since they're stunned, and then... nothing happens. Absolutely nothing happens. Yeah, so you can pluck them off there if that's the case. Got the water down here still. Maybe there's still something else I can make bloom, or something else I can do with the peppers, perhaps. Turns bright red, yeah. What if Yoshi eats one of these? Spicy. But he can run really fast when he's spicy. And dash really fast, actually. I mean, it's basically the Mario Galaxy pepper interaction. Except I can still control him for once. Can I run up a wall with him? Oh, and... Well, no, that washes off the honey, but... Oh, and eventually also douses the spice. Huh. Curious. Well, how do I even see how many smiling flowers are saved? I actually can't even tell, but... Oh, there we go. 3 out of 5. I actually don't even see where to progress at the moment. I actually can't get more hints, which is interesting. Does that mean I've exhausted what I can discover with them? Maybe it does. And that means I need to just figure out how to see more of this stage, which isn't clear at the moment. Oh, here's actually a continuation up top. There we go. This was here all along. That's a lot of hives. We need to maybe find some way to... Oop. Come on. There we go. Luckily Yoshi is just completely impervious to damage in this game. Yeah, but if we just lead them to the flowers, I bet there's something that you can get for maybe leading all of them. Yeah, more rocks that we can't deal with just yet. And this is new. Roll on something. Can I smash it? No. Oh, interesting that they dart into it. You can attract them to this, I guess. But can I still push it? I can. But where does it go? I'm trying to find a good location for pushing it, actually. Maybe... Oh, no, this tells you to crouch and go through. That's fine, but... I want to see if there's an interesting place I can take this. That looks too interesting. I don't think it's going to go over, but no. What do we put in the honey? Roll it. And then look at that. I can roll it on any surface. Classic kind of Yoshi interaction, in fact. That gives me a little bit of height to work with, in fact, if I need to jump with it somewhere. For example, oh, we could almost see there was... Where it could have gone here if we peek up there. Hives have an interesting texture. Yeah, that's just when we dropped in at the beginning, I guess. So... Oh. Rather Sisyphean moment there, but we'll head on back up. So that's kind of interesting that it doesn't tell me that there are remaining discoveries to make as far as any hints might be concerned. Anyway, we can just get them to be attracted to flowers. And yeah, just make everything bloom and everything will be fine. And that does it. So now do I get access to the hint system? Let me figure that out. Now that I've actually completed this. At this point, yes, okay, now we can predict discoveries. It's when you reach the end that you can do that. So, yeah, because I expected it would be a lot more given how the first chapter went. Anyway, we'll tag this, but then we'll, of course, continue instead of exiting. Because we've got lots to do still. Okay, so let's maybe see about... I actually kind of want to see if maybe tossing honeyed eggs or something does anything to the hives. Nothing special. But maybe you get something for popping all of the hives. Looks like there are no other hives. Yeah, remove the hives inside the cave. Well, only inside the cave. And maybe we can remove all the hives here as well. We can chain through them. Hit them by tossing multiple eggs in a row. Remove all the hives, remove the big huddle. Okay, good. All done. I'm sure there's a lot more, but we'll see. I wonder if I get something for just devouring all the bees, actually. I'm sure that that's worth trying. Just devour all the bees. That way we can learn lots about them. Oh, there we go. Yeah, maybe the rocks are something we have to come back to. Unless there's an interaction that I just don't know about yet. We'll just have to figure out as we go. Well, nothing yet for the bees, but maybe there were still some hanging around. Yeah, these ones here. That's a lot of bees that were all stuck here. Beat the big swarm. Okay, that was worthwhile. Any more bees? Don't really know. Let's take a look at the hint list. Yeah, we're doing. Tricky hive removal. If you leave even one, they'll be back the next day. Okay, let's see what else there is. Stings can help break nuts open. I kind of figured that would be it, but we were too far off at that point. We'll need to restart for a few of these, I'm sure. A whole swarm hit with a single egg, okay. Maybe there are 4 silhouettes there because minimum 4, I don't know. Depends on how much qualifies as a swarm. Spicy snacks. I was trying to do that, but they didn't go for it. The stings. Ah, okay. Stings so strong they can help break rocks. How come we hadn't discovered that then? But maybe we need to lead them to the other rock. The rocks that were on the sides. Yeah, that makes sense. That's how you break them. I guess we get them angry with spicy food first and then let them pick away at the flower. Slurped up a swarma? I thought I was trying that. Maybe you need to get a whole bunch of ones. Smiley flower saved before it buzzed off. Ah, you mean at the very beginning? Yeah, that would make sense. We just throw at it, perhaps. Heavy crown. So I guess we need to set up Yoshi receiving a crown, which was very difficult to do previously in that last stage, but at least intentionally. And then we have one of the bees move towards it. Just did every single one. How have we not done that yet? Maybe we missed them at the beginning. Saved all smiley flowers before abduction. Yeah, then that one you definitely need to do some kind of egg throw for it, I would think. Okay, and then that's all the hints. Alright, we'll have to probably restart for this one, unless I can find what bees I missed. Might have been near the beginning, so let's start from the top. We'll have some eggs ready and try to catch the smiley flowers that way. Yeah, so... that does not qualify as devouring a swarm. Oh, okay. We need to catch them all right there, actually. So you need to be really, really quick. You know what? Let's just restart right here. Just to try to get that down. Because the abduction happens extremely quickly. Okay, caught all of them before anything spawned. Oh, only 2 of them. So you need to get all 5. Wow, that's going to take much better aim than what I have. Like maybe if you go... yeah, if you float over here before you get too close. You'd have to have much better aim than that, though. Let's try it again. Because we'll have the most trouble, technically, doing that interaction. Everything else will follow. Okay. So they haven't gone for it yet. Okay, got it. Yeah, you just need to be out of range before they do anything like that. Now, let's try to pepper some of them, perhaps. Pepper was a little bit higher. I'm actually going to try to go for the egg versus the swarm. As they're coming in, perhaps. No, that didn't quite do it. Yeah, some of these are actually somewhat tricky to set up. Let's try to go for the pepper. Oh yes, and we'll want them to break the rock as well. That's something we'll draw them down here to do first. Come on, get over here. You know what? Maybe we toss at them. And they're really not happy. Okay, good. Let's then pacify them a little bit. If they're still angry, which maybe they are. Are they? There we go. And yeah, slurp up a swarm by attracting them all at once. I think that's maybe how you set up the mass destruction with an egg as well. Perhaps. Come on. Oh, they're not going for it. However, no, because I need to actually toss at them. Where'd they go? Could not even see. Okay. That's a way. Right, we'll catch some more over here. Come on. That's not where to go. Okay, no, that doesn't work. I was trying to do the mass egg throw, that really didn't work. Maybe you need to be much more accurate. Or maybe attract them to a flower bed and then you can snipe them easily. With a much more targeted throw. Like here, for instance. Just get them all over here. And then if you get them all together, then maybe you can go for the egg throw. Get them closer. There we go. That totally did not work. Well, we need some of them to break the rocks as well. That was a location I needed to go for. Maybe if you escort a group of them with a flower and then take what you need. Which in this case would be over here. Yeah, I think I'd absolutely have to escort them over. Okay. Oh, no. Led them over to all these flowers instead that had bloomed already. Trying to get a few of them. down here? No? How do you get them to point down? Yeah, point down this way. Towards me. Nope, they're just gonna dive down and miss. Go on. No, none of them are going for it. I guess maybe we need to slather it with honey or something. You know what? No, we'll make the flower bloom here. No, that doesn't bloom because of the rock. It's not soil. Tricky. Missing every shot. It's just for coins though, so. Now there was the whole spiky rock interaction that we... This thing here. The nut that we wanted to crack. Oh, not that far, not that far. Nope, lost it. We needed to get enough to crack that properly. Maybe we can get them to follow me far enough. Yeah, I didn't want to roll that far. We should have stopped it. I think we'll not be able to do it this round. Okay. Let's see what else I could do on this attempt. Can still maybe try to go for the crown. Yeah, I bested every single bee. That's something we'll try, but as long as I got the intro section down, I think everything else should be possible to catch at this point. Flowering trees. We hadn't made any trees flower, had we? Also, we hadn't found any interaction using the water. Okay, let's try to set up the pepper interaction again, perhaps. I actually wonder if you can grow more pepper bushes. I bet you can. But we hadn't made anything bloom. Using the red ones, though. Let's see what we can do here. Make them angry, and then see if we can classify them properly. Oh, we just need to whack them, I think. Nope. Totally overshooting that toss. There we go. So, have we unlocked that interaction already? Maybe we had. Didn't think so. Yeah, whole swarm hit with a single egg. Couldn't do that one. Lost the nut interaction that we were going for. It's trying to cool its temper, but we didn't manage to do it. Can still go for the crown, perhaps. That's the problem with naming the Crazy Daisy nectar is that... Oh, there we go. Is that sometimes you also have nectar lowercase n referring to what was already in the game. So best at every bee, but then you'd really have to cover all of them. Yeah, you can't actually clear that many with a single egg like that. Okay, we'll try to pick up every single one, because on the first attempt we probably just missed something in the intro section. Here's one. Can we have a pepper honey? Honey pepper? Yes, we can. Yeah, so we still need the nut cracking, the rock breaking. Oh, and the flower crown. The crown we can maybe do in the next pass. Mix it up properly. Got every bee? Great. Too quiet. I might not actually do the full 100% as we go. I mean, we'll try to do the full 100%, but, you know, we may actually progress through more stages and discover new interactions first, perhaps. Especially now that we know that new stages can actually discover new interactions for creatures you've already met. Also, yeah, we still have to go for the egg taking out a swarm. And we might as well... Oh, no. Too slow. That's okay. We don't need that one anymore. However, we want to go for the flower crown, so let's go for this. Crown. There we go. After crown. There we go. Okay. Now surely we can wear a heavy crown. We come out. There we are. Let's see if there's anything else we can do with this that maybe we can go for the egg here. No, that's still not the single egg. So, I suppose one batch like that counts as a swarm. I'm gonna try to go for something like that. That was almost it, but we didn't quite get it. Did that get enough? It's still not enough. So what do we need besides the crown? Let's take a look here. And yeah, no more hints. We need to condense some of the pages. Maybe, yeah, take some of the stray ones at the back and... Wish there were an easier way to do a quick condense of all the pages, but... As it will just take too long fussing about otherwise. It might be something I do maybe off stream, like I can, after I log off, take some time to just tidy up pages for myself. Yeah, we were trying to cool this tempered nectar, couldn't quite do it yet. We can still go for the nut interaction on this one though. It's still available. Just get him over. Whoops. Okay. A little further. We can get him on top. Nope, I'll dive this way. Yeah, you gotta kind of lead them in. Maybe lead them in this way? No, couldn't quite do it. Trying to get enough of them to sting. There we go. Oh, almost. Yeah, okay, we can kind of get the full circle here. Almost. It's rather tricky to set up. I've got one. Just push towards them as they sweep, I guess. Still not enough. Amazingly not enough. But then, no, we just stop after there are enough of them. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, we just need them to crack it first. Okay, that makes sense. And how do we lead them to the other rocks, I guess? Oh, except we grew too many of these. Yeah, if we don't grow too many of these, then we can lead them over. And we had a bit of trouble getting them to sting this earlier. So, MRI, are you saying the game can be cleared in about a day or 2 to 3 days on any percent, but 100% is going to take a long time? You're saying the game is running at 60 FPS, but the character animations are strobed a little slower. You know what that reminds me of? That's exactly what was the case with Kirby and the Rainbow Curse, the touchscreen game that had the claymation style on Wii U. Because that also ran at 60, but then the characters were deliberately strobed rather, at a slower frame rate to make it a convincing claymation effect. And so yeah, it's just a deliberate artistic choice, I think. to do that, and one that we've seen in Nintendo games before. Yeah, because you see, you get to see these very broad strokes in Yoshi's feet when you do the flutter jump, for instance. And that's something you're only going to get if you make the individual frames of the animation stand out a little bit more and let them linger. Yeah, we might not do a complete breadth first run. Just given how many interactions there are, I actually could not believe it. It's kind of like trying to go for all the puzzle pieces, and not all the puzzle pieces, rather, but all of the scrapbook collectibles in Crafted World or something, where it's clearly meant to be something that would be more manageable in post-game. I'd still like to try to get them to break the rock, though. But I guess we have to deliberately not carry a flower so I don't stall too many of them along the way, and then we can maybe try to lead them down. Lead them down to this location. I need a lot more bees. Do that. Maybe make a lot of them angry so they can travel further. Yeah, maybe prioritize the smiley flowers on the first run, in keeping with a standard Yoshi game. I like discovering the interactions, but maybe our principle could be that we'll do as much as we can without the advanced hints. Like, we won't spend 100 on hints, and then if I get into a situation like I did in the first chapter where I can't figure it out, we'll just pass on that and go on. Maybe that's the idea. I might even have to squeeze it down to even less than that. I'm not in a rush to complete it, apart from also wanting to get to 007 potentially in a couple days, but we could be discovering things here for a long time. And I do want to see more interactions. Now let's see if we can do something about those rocks. Yeah, because I certainly didn't expect it to be this big an undertaking. If we can lead some down here, that'd be great. Let's... Actually, before we make anything bloom... Let's go red, everything. Yeah, and it makes peppers everywhere. Which is good, because blooming buds with hot peppers is something that was not in the immediate set of hints, but is something you can do, and maybe we can make them really angry everywhere. If we just leave peppers around everywhere, and if we do that, then maybe I can lead them down. Are they furious yet? Not really. Oh yeah, no, because you need to throw peppers at them, not just a flower. So... But then we have peppers, so that resolves the issue somewhat. There we go, and then we'll get a lot of them follow. And if they're following at such speed, maybe it'll be easier to break rocks. Oh, except they all darted back off because they're out of range. Okay. So we need a batch that is going to be within range of the rocks without being leashed back to their original hive. We can do that. Like over here, for instance. Maybe we're in better shape. There we go. That's what we wanted. That's what we were going for. Let's break the other ones too, I guess, in case there's something you can do with... Oops. I was actually just trying to get a pepper here. Oh. Not nearly enough anger from this swarm yet. Anyway, let's try to get a swarm that's going to be closer to the other rocks. Surely it's no coincidence that the peppers are placed right by the rock that you want to break. Pretty heavy implication that that's how you get them to come your way. Oh. That pepper's been eaten and exhausted. So you can't feed it to them anymore, I guess, because it's just been cored. So let's see if we can get them close enough. No, they were all pacified. Okay, let's... try another round of them. Should be able to. I mean, oh, there we go. Okay, let's see if we can follow. Follow. This way. There we go. Yeah, because you need them to be speedy enough that they will hit the rock. And you don't need many of them to hit the rock, just one, in fact. Okay, well, in that case... we still need to... hang on. Oh. Yeah, I can't unlock more hints for this, but... oops. There we go. Whole swarm with a single egg. Is that the only one we're missing? It might be. We actually did this pretty well then. All things considered. It might be a little tricky to set this one up. Yeah, whole swarm has to be that whole group. It's going to be a little tricky unless we can get them all. You know what? No, the way to do it is actually the honey location. But even then, I don't think they're sufficiently clustered. But they are sort of in a row here. Maybe that will help. Yeah, they're not really tightly clustered enough, but... because the problem was that... oops. You could try to get them all together. Though it'd still be difficult to peel them off with an egg. Yeah, with a single egg. That's really quite tricky, actually. You have to be very clear about what counts as a swarm, and it has to be that batch of 6. Then how do you set it up? Because you need them clustered, but they can't be clustered on... just a flower. I think you have to get them on flower bushes. We're trying that last time, and we didn't quite manage to get it. Just make everything bloom over here. Oh, no. I couldn't, because... on the other hand, if we're all clustered like this... nope, didn't work. Get an entire swarm with a single egg. That's... I mean, if you could lock it in position, that would be much easier, but... did I get it? I still didn't get it. Whole swarm hit with a single egg. I mean, what information could the extra hint possibly get you? I think we just need to maybe reload and try that one again then.
See.
Okay, well I can't do a single swarm here because we don't have eggs at the start. But we can do the smiley flower interaction from afar as usual. Not bad actually. But I think you do need to get them all to bunch up together. Yeah, I really wish there were a way to hold position on this like you can in the other games. No, not even remotely. Isn't it ZR? No, ZR and R are actually equivalent. So, as far as I can tell, I can't actually lock it in place. Anyway, that's not going to count as a full swarm. Like maybe if this is all together in a line, but really difficult to set up. Like you kind of need them to all come together towards you perhaps, and then no, it's really tricky to set up. Then through the middle here. Let's try it. Nope, miss. They do kind of freeze in place like that. Maybe you need to alert them all at once and then throw. Kind of like that, but... Nope. That seems quite challenging. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what qualifies as the full swarm. Maybe that's what the hint is supposed to tell me. Like, if you need the whole batch that spawns from one particular point, or if you need a certain minimum number. I think it's not quite so easy to determine on my own. Well, it's the only one left that we need, so maybe I will go for the advanced hint on this, just in case it gives me some kind of method, but... Let's see it. At least if I know what the requirement is, that tells me nothing that I didn't already know, predictably. We were going for that, we just didn't have the aim to do that. So we'll try to find a good setup for that. But maybe if we find a location where they're all kind of swinging down vertically. Or... Oh, if I turn to C stick, it locks as long as I hold it. You know what? I think I saw that in the button mapping and I didn't actually pay attention to it. Yeah, that's why egg toss is also indicated by tilted to activate the aiming cursor. Yeah, we read that at the beginning and I completely ignored it. Okay. You know what? Let's try that then. Oh, okay, that's so much better. And then if you just let go, then it slings the egg forward. And you can still cancel with that. That makes so much more sense. That is so much better. It's very different from how it's been implemented in the past. But if you can just do a clear, straightforward throw. Also, we should be using larger eggs for this. That's the other thing that... Let's just toss the small eggs, because we don't want the small eggs off the bees. We want big eggs off flowers. That's actually one optimization we should be doing. And... yeah, we can do that. Then with something like this location... well, I actually didn't think it would throw immediately. I was hoping to. Okay, we need to hold and then... Right, because if you just flick it, it actually throws immediately. I didn't know that. I need to figure out how the controls are actually going to work here. How come it did flick immediately? So I'm just pushing the stick one way. So how do I make it hold then? Yeah, because it does an initial throw. Then what's the difference between a throw and a hold? I actually couldn't tell. Oh, you know what? There probably is a difference between like a tilt input and a smash input, which I've never been good at doing, even in actual Smash. Because I don't know why it's doing the fast throw when I just tilt. I hope it's not because I have stick drift or something that's making that register differently. Let me think about this. Because... yeah, no, that's the problem, is that it's firing immediately. Like, I'm not letting go of it. But I'm not able to do this very consistently without it letting go. Yeah, I can't seem to hold it for some reason. Now I can hold it. But I can't do it consistently, and... I would have to do it consistently for this to work. Got it. Okay, finally. And of course that's not even full completion because we'll probably discover more interactions with them later on. Let's name them. Do we name the bees or do we name the hive? I guess the hive is the actual entry. Yeah, and Mario, you were saying it was only earlier today that Yoshi can make different size eggs based on the objects he grabs. I would think the collision box differs. So do we name the bees? I think so, the Buzzy being. I mean, we were trying to go for a food scheme, so maybe we just call it honey, and then it'll be extra confusing. Or... let's hear the suggestion first. Bunch of bee. That at least. Oh, you know what? Okay. I've got it. If you know the song Sugar Pie Honey Bunch. Clearly, we just call it Honey Bunch.
Nualima? Bafarun. Tuli? Koso.
I mean, I guess would it make sense to call a single one honey bunch? They come in swarms, so sure. The 10 character limit really is quite a constraint, but oh well. But anyway, if you just flick the C-stick, then you can do a quick throw, but holding it I found a bit inconsistent for whatever reason. It may be because I have some stick drift or something, but I'm not really sure. My right stick should be fine, though. I know I switched to Pro Controller for this game because my left Joy-Con 2 is actually temporarily out of action. But yeah, look at that. We had a couple of extra discoveries. But I know I was having some drift issues with the left stick on this current controller, but it seems to have subsided a little bit with a bit of cleaning. But I definitely had some trouble with it when I was last using it heavily. I'm playing Prince of Persia about a year ago. So anyway, here's Honey Bunch, here's Nectar. And then let's see what this is going to gobble up. Something dropped out of the leaves above. It must have tumbled out to escape the Honey Bunch swarm. Yeah, and Mario, you left them their default name anyway. We'll see. If I run out of ideas, I might do the same, but... Feathered but seemingly flightless, yet still beautifully bird-shaped. I couldn't quite tell from this front view here that it was a bird, but let's see. The leaf on his head looks quite dapper, but surely serves some unknown function. What sort of creature have we found now? Anywing's not built for flight, but maybe it sings. So we're finally on a third level after all this time. That's okay. That's what happens when you're discovering things. Sigh. Young master, where are you? Oh, Yoshi. What are you doing here? Wait, a better question. Have you seen the young master? Bowser Jr. coming in here and taking Baby Bowser's job from the Yoshi series. I guess it was bound to get confusing after a little while. You saw him? You must tell me where. Comic's gonna make everything big anyway, I'm sure. You think he's here but can't be sure. Useless little Yoshi, don't get my hopes up. Young master, where are you? That's a servant. A debauched Lord Bowser. I believe his name is, yes, Kamek. I'm familiar with their infamy, unfortunately. I was once kept within Bowser's castle. What I don't know is, why is he here patrolling my pages? Yeah, because Mr. E technically belongs to Bowser Jr., right? We discovered that at the beginning. Can't devour it. More than a mouthful. Stomp. You can actually get quite a bounce off of them. Make a lot of music, too. Can we push and roll them? No. I will obviously try to whack these with an egg. Oh, you can make music with them. I wonder if you have to play a tune later or something. Because it totally... Oh, okay, no, it only starts indicating the notes here, so you can't just play anything you want. But you can get a whole scale. Or one of the flowers. And then what does this one do? Okay, semitone below the tonic. That's fine. Let's see what happens when we put flowers in them. We can bounce the flowers. Also, I haven't done the tail whip against these ones yet either. Let me just take a moment here. Nope. Too big to pick up, obviously. But we will, of course, try eggs next. Oh, oops. Oops. So eggs activate notes as well. That isn't new. Okay. That background looks potentially informative. Maybe we need to find an appropriate sequence here. I wonder if we do get to decode a melody. Makes me think about how long we spent on that one bell puzzle in Nine Souls, because I could not get into the mindset of what it would be like to play if you didn't know music. Now this looks like a note. Let's see. So what does a little note fruit do? Well, first of all, let's feed it to a flower. A nectar, as it were. Oh, a crown. But then... Are you going to munch on this? Get over here. Get over here. You can give me a crown if you like, but get over here. There we go. That's new. Maybe. Let's see if we can grow more note fruit. A waltz. Let's see if we can play it in 3 so I can hear what it is. Because I totally wasn't hearing the tempo in 3, so... Okay. But we will have a new interaction, right? Ah, its voice is lovelier after eating the note fruit. So we can feed some more to them. Right, oops. What a wonderfully croaky choir we found. That melody, of course, was very clearly recognizable as Mozart's variations on A vous dirai-je maman. Or Twinkle Twinkle Little Bat if you prefer. Okay, I mean, we've just barely started to discover what we can do with these, so let's get some more note fruit, actually, and see if we can feed more of the big ones or something. I was hoping to grow more note fruit. Well, we might as well tag this, but we'll continue. And there's even more over here, so yeah, we'll... Okay, great, note fruit. We'll... Oh, it's a keyboard. Now, this one doesn't have a leaf on its head. That seems like something we need to fix. You know what? Let's improve the entire keyboard. If we can. I don't know if we have enough note fruit to do it. Or can get enough note fruit to do it, but we'll try. I feel like I need to grow a lot more than that, though. You think they look like spikes? They actually kind of look like the Mamas from Wonder. That was my first thought. The Mama mouthful. Now, the fact that this one doesn't have a leaf is odd and distressing. Let's see if we can do something about that. I feel like we can improve the rest. Keyboard. I strongly suspect that's something we're supposed to do, but we just can't get enough note fruit to do it. We have to see how we can go about sprouting more note fruit in sufficient quantities. I don't know if there's a way we can do that, because there just aren't enough flowers to bloom around here. I guess if we made all of these bloom first, then you might have enough. So we might have to do it on another pass, but we'll definitely try that before we even bother to look at any hints. Because that's, in some ways, too obviously what you have to do. But just improve the entire keyboard. Ooh, that's a high location. Yeah, okay, I see. See, this is why they're grateful that the 100-year copyright on Happy Birthday seems to have expired. Maybe you need to throw an egg to do this, or maybe even throw a daisy to do this. Oh no, it's not going to bounce properly. Let's... Bubbles over here. I think we need to wake this one up. We need to wake up the ones that are not awake. That's what we do. But it's not just by bopping them. That doesn't suffice. Maybe we played them at the right time. There we go. Celebrate a song for birthdays. So now that we know that you can get the high jump off of anybody with note fruit. Oh, we got more note fruit. Excellent. So it does seem to regrow over here. Let's see where we can go. That's a long way back just to get more note fruit, though, for the keyboard. Oh, you can actually just play a descending scale and that gives you something. I feel like trying to improve the entire keyboard may be a little bit too big a task, but maybe you can just improve every single one here, since you get as much note fruit as you want. Let's feed note fruit to every single one of them. It seems like the kind of game where you actually would get some result from doing that. Did I just have a leaf that I tossed? I do have a leaf. How come we could get a leaf? We obviously need to cover the one at the end. I don't even know where I got that leaf from. I didn't see. There we go. Okay, so we need to drop it on this guy. Right, obviously. Oh, no. No. There we are. Yeah, some of these, if you don't get the hints, you really do have to discover them by accident almost. I am going to try to improve every single one here. It's such a big task. That's almost too big a task. That's unreasonable. That feels very unreasonable, but... Well, at least try to get the ones that could give me a huge jump somewhere. I mean, look at this opening up above a tree, right? Surely that's something. Let's try it. Understandably, there isn't background music in this level. But... Oh. Not a very good throw. Nah, there's no way that you're asked to beat every single one. Too much. That would be an unreasonable objective, but somebody will try. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you get enough of these that maybe... Does it just fall? That only gives you more note fruit. Let's see what we could possibly do with that. I'm just thinking about any suspicious locations or the melodies that we may have not played yet, perhaps. Maybe we can bounce on top of the note fruits. Not quite. You can catch it, but you can't really That's it further. But the fact that this is readily accessible here tells me that might really be some kind of interaction. Oh. Yeah, if they're on top of platforms, it's harder to reach them. For feeding purposes. Because why else would you be given the note fruit in this specific location if you were not supposed to at least improve all of this match? Oh. Maybe not. Okay, maybe a slightly unreasonable idea, but we'll... see what we can do. Yeah, this location we had already... oh no, this location we had not checked. So this is new. We don't even have all of the smiley flowers yet, do we? It even has spices. So what happens if we make them spicy? Give them some spice. Oh, they move. Well, if they're going to move when you give them peppers, then maybe I can get it to new places. Or maybe you can escort them down somewhere. Yeah, you got peppers all the way down now. Let's feed one of the big ones. You know what? We can probably feed one of the big ones, and you'll notice that throughout the game so far, we've had no place where we were allowed to fall. But if this one gets out of the way, maybe we're allowed to slip down below. There we go. And then we'll see. We can just roll one of these. Now where did it launch the nut? Up here, so maybe we can send this somewhere. There's a whole sequence of interactions that are possible then. Or do we roll the nut into one of them? Thing. Just gonna scroll all the way back to see. I wonder if it's possible to escort the nut all the way to the keyboard. Speaking of which, still need one more smiley flower. And bang, welcome. Because maybe you need to roll it over to the keyboard at the end. In which case we might have missed our opportunity already, since we can't seem to send this forward. Can I push it? Because if we're actually able to transport the nut, I'm just going to map this out a little bit. So we have access to the peppers at this point. That means that we have access to getting any of these out of the way. Yeah, very noticeable in this game yet that there's no death from falling, no pits. There's no death, really. But it does make me wonder if we're able to roll the nuts all the way here to play the scale. Moreover, if I bring a flower here, I wonder if I can make the black keys bloom. No. Apparently not. Yeah, and this is how you get more leaves. So we didn't need to run the leaf all the way from the other side of the level just to put a hat on this guy. There's more possibilities. Oh, that's interesting. Guest conductor. Yeah, and look at how many more locations there seem to be here for filling in more in the book. I wonder, though, if we can displace the keyboard with a pepper. If I can find where I had the pepper to begin with. This is new. This is not where the pepper was. It was somewhere close by. It's at the little lamb segment. I can just remember where that was. You know what? What if you feed them one of these? Okay, that's interesting. Because it means that if you get one of them to bounce with a pepper, you can actually stop their position afterwards. Using the note fruit. Which seems really quite important to know. Because it means that you can move anything. You can move any one of these. If, for instance, you were trying to escort the nut all the way over, then you would need to fill in some of these slots by moving platforms for it to bounce on. That seems like such a massive undertaking, though. I suspect it's maybe not required. Did we actually manage to fill this one in? Let's reset it. You need to bounce without having a premature landing. Yeah, no, we got that already. That was actually the gate. So, but what do we displace the keyboard? Not the one I was going for, but yeah, they can bounce on top of each other. You can actually move it with the hat. No, not the hat, but the egg, rather. Too busy thinking about this leaf hat. Okay. Let's see what else we can do. Just well, we still haven't found the last of the smiley flowers, so that's still a mystery. And it is last in the sequence, so it might be something pertaining to the final keyboard if we had to guess, but... Oh, we actually managed to displace the nut by carrying it from underneath. Okay, that's important to know. We can do that. I bet we need to crack the nut. And to do that... I actually don't see which interaction we can have for that just yet, but... I don't think I can raise the nut from that position. At least I don't see how. Whoops. All the shroom platforms look distinctly breakable, but... Okay, you know what? This one is movable. It's clearly sitting on top of a pipe that I can ascend. So let's grab a pepper for that one. That's not the pepper location. Where was the pepper location? It was... close by. Such a lovely voice. There we are. Okay, so we need to go the other way first, and we do a loop. And we need a leaf for that one. Oh, missed. Oh no, you don't need to jump continuously though, just in order. Tribute to a certain fallen bridge. Well, we need a hat on that one to the left. Let's see if we can find it. Also, we haven't figured out water-related interactions here either, so maybe if we spice one of these up and have it land in the water and bloom this a little bit, bloom it with pepper maybe to make this work. Or even just figure out how to get out of here. Oh yeah, there we go. So let's get that leaf. Leaf first. Don't worry about peppers. Actually, I wonder if there are different locations where we can shake more leaves. Or if we just need to find a particular spot where leaves are falling. There we go. Oh, except we just still need to move this one now because he's obstructing again. Okay, well, we need to move him and then get leaf. Yeah. Got sweetened up somehow. Let's displace this guy. And hopefully it does remain out of place when we go for the leaf. More leaves. There we go. Okay. Oh, nope. Missed. Just want to put a hat on that one. Guess we'll have to redo it. Maybe there's an easier place to get a leaf. I did see another leaf earlier. And we still haven't found the relevant interaction with the nut either, which we'll need. Wait, let's not cool this one off. Actually, we could cool this one off because it's out of place. Okay, leaf, there we are. I've got to find the left side spawn location for the leaf to do this properly. Okay, good. That one stayed out of the way. That did nothing. Okay, at this point, what else is there? We haven't done much yet with the... Oh yeah, okay, so there are more that you can probably give leaf hats. If you maybe find everybody in the level who's missing a leaf hat, that might get you somewhere. There's one. Yeah, this one's missing. One here. Oh no, missed. Lost a leaf. It's gotta be an easier way to get leaves. Instead of just in that one location. At least we do have a reliable location to get leaves, and it looks like this one here might be the only one we need to cover. And there we go. Now everyone is matching. Yeah, just those three. That's what we needed. Pretty obvious interaction. There's enough back and forth that I'm thinking that at the very least we should try to go note fruit for the whole keyboard. And there was no roots down here. There we go. We found a water source down below. There are probably more water interactions that we haven't found yet either. Okay, goes back into place actually. Wasn't going for that one, but that's okay. That might help a little bit with what we're doing. Okay, let's try it here. One more. Okay, we'll finally be able to beat this one here. Anything? No, guess not. Well, there was the gas conductor interaction. There might be more somehow. Makes a certain amount of sense to try to displace one of them with pepper towards the water interaction. Whoop, that's not what I wanted, but yeah, because what if we just feed one of these ones? Get him to hop over to the water and cool down, perhaps? Come on, get over. There we go.
Lobby.
Cooled down the crooner's windpipe and saved it from piping hot peril. Okay. Now, what else can we do? Now, we haven't had a look at hints so far for this chapter because a lot was readily discoverable, but obviously there will be more discoveries to see. How many more we don't exactly know yet, but could be quite a few. It looks like there are about 30 something per chapter from what we've found so far, so let's see what else remains undiscovered. Catchy jingle for jingling bells, huh? Guess we'll need to figure out where to set that up. Carry a tune via small... Oh, okay, so it is actually possible to pick up small ones. I guess we'll find out. Satisfying flavor notes. Has Yoshi all this time not actually eaten one of the note fruit? Yeah, we're gonna try that. Really? All this time? Really? Let's go back to the lamb segment, actually. Because that would give me all the right notes for jingle bells that we needed. Okay, no, you can't start the sequence with these, though. But you can start with one of these. Okay, no, you can't do these two in sequence. Might have to set up with a different set entirely then. You know what? We can just do it on the keyboard. It's not tracking the notes up top, though. But you don't need to, because you just need to play it. Versatile virtuosos with a shuffled set list. That's not even the one we were going for. Colors revealed their assigned tones. Okay. Still don't have satisfying flavor notes. Still don't have a small one to carry. Let's see if we can reveal more pieces. Cracks nuts open with heated hops. Okay, that explains the nuts interaction. Then we just need to spice somebody up next to the nut. Filled in the gaps of a birthday anthem. I thought I did that. But maybe we need to wake the ones that are, for whatever reason, sleepy. Inharmoniously heated. Interesting. Familiar friendly tune. Very curious. So, despite playing Jingle Bells over here, we didn't get this one. We need to find the appropriate location where it will actually register on the staff. That's all the hints available, so let's take a look. Yeah, I guess we need to fix the birthday anthem location too. Wake up the sleepy ones. Also, I no longer have a way to come up until I've moved this one back in position. So, let me make sure I'm done with the below. Oh yeah, because it starts with that one. Right, let's go. Familiar friendly tune, interesting. I guess it depends on which segments would allow you to register multiple tunes. Okay, let's just start these back in position or something. What was I even going for here? I needed to find some peppers so I could move some of the other ones back into place. Oh, we already have it, so. Also, you can move them quite far and displace them across the map. Oh, it just ate another note fruit right away. That didn't work out. Get him to jump over if we can. So how do we do the inharmonious setup? Oh, this is not where I wanted to get him. Okay, we've thrown a lot out of position here now, actually. Maybe there's still more locations to discover. Other drops that you can create. Okay, let's see what we can do. Yeah, like I said, maybe we'll bypass the 100 coin hints for now. And just do as much as we can without getting the advanced hints. Carry a tune via small. One of these. We can still go for the nut, though. I think we can still do that one. Okay, we just need to make one of these angry. Have him crack the nut. Oops, too far. Yeah, you can kind of juggle them. This one's not hopping away the way I hoped. Wrong one. Always get some of these confused. Where was I even going with this? Oh, yes, that's right. Get someone to hop. Not that way. There we go, much better.
ベタに切り
Let's see if we can do them to hop on each other. Not quite the setup we were going for, but we'll see. Carry a tunva, a small one. We need to find a birthday segment once again. Well, let's see. We head up here. No, it wasn't there. It was somewhere else. Losing track a little bit here. Okay, let's get out of here for a moment. Nope, it's still too big. What was I even doing with this pepper? It was something I was trying to move. Yeah, and Mario, so the idea you're saying was to get them to play different familiar tunes, just not as straightforward, but you think about them. Well, you need the notes to register on the staff. And the thing is, we have some songs that are still unaccounted for. Jingle Bells and something else. And I haven't found the appropriate location to have that actually be recorded on the staff as you play. I was thinking that you would just go to the Mary Had a Little Lamb segment and then that would solve itself, essentially. Because it's not hard to skip over to the right notes just with that, but still a lot to discover here. There's something I was trying to spice up. I want to look for someone small first. I'm trying to see if there's anybody else to move out of the way here too. Oh yeah, we wanted to do a big wake up, but didn't have that in the right position. Okay. Trying to figure out where some things were. So you're saying you can't just play familiar tunes that's not in the given piano set above. I mean, you can try, but it doesn't seem to get you very much. Because we did have one interaction where I was trying to get Jingle Bells and we played it on the keyboard that's at the very end, and instead that succeeded with this part here. Because that's where we figured out the correlation between the colors and the notes. Because everything is color coded. Inharmoniously heated. I wonder if we just need to get two of them to bump into each other. I was trying to set up something like that earlier. Also, I totally lost birthday song access because it's up here and we have nobody who can reach it. What was I even trying to do here? I was, I may have lost track of what I was doing. Well, let's see if there's anything else I can do without resorting to more hints. I was trying to go for the birthday, but the thing is, at this point, I can't actually reach that location unless I set up one of the other lower platforms again. So I think it actually makes sense to maybe move on for now and see if we can do one more level or something. And then we'll have to name one of these. Now, I still haven't found a small one, that's the thing. Unless we can shrink one somewhere. But, yeah, for the time being, let's tap out of this. And see what the suggested name is first. So, not quite doing 100% as we go, but it's not like we're getting 100% already when you kind of need to backfill the book as you play more levels. Let's hear a suggestion. Karaoke. So it's like karaoke, except it's croakaoke. I think we can do a little better than that. These are supposed to be bird-like, right? Kind of like ducks. If they croak. Croakaoke. Well, we want something... Maybe... Well, I was trying to go for a food theme because Yoshi tries to eat everything. In this particular case, that might not be the case so much. How about... Also, you can totally get special characters in here too, can't you? And punctuation. You can't get a music note character, unfortunately. At least it doesn't seem so. Unless we change the keyboard. Like a simple keyboard? You know what? You actually kind of can. Just name everything in Greek as well while you're at it. No music note though, unlike some Nintendo keyboards in the past. Okay, let's go back. So this is kind of like a bird, right? Kind of like a duck. 10 characters is a little bit tricky to work with for this. Name for one of these creatures. Let me think about this again, just to look at it. Well, if I can't think of something, we'll just go with the Krokoki, but I think we can do better than that. You know, okay, we don't necessarily need to keep to a food theme if it's not something that Yoshi can eat. So we're going to say that this is going to be... Oops. Wing ding. Wing ding or wingdings? Like the typeface. Let's show wing ding.
No alima. Baforun. Tuli koso.
If I think of something better, we'll rename it. Ah, that's interesting. Not in linear order. Maybe we didn't scan something else that was already available. Actually, I see the frog there in the bottom left that we hadn't played with yet. So maybe we'll try to finish the chapter 1 set to some degree. Even if we're not getting 100% yet. So the frog is here. This is also available. So I guess in some order you can do that. Also, why would you use X? Oh yeah, no, it just shows you the flowers collected. I would guess that perhaps if you get 100% in flowers, that would open up some additional bonus level that you would typically get in a Yoshi game. Anyway, let's see about the bubble frog, I guess. Oh, look at that. The bubble frog gets a crown.
No tragic.
The winged inquirer rouses creature from hibernation. His mouth shaped like a hollow ring.
Yuria Ali. Medu Dailun.
You think some flowers are really hard to get? Well, I mean, we're not that far, so this is just still World 1. Is his mouth shaped that way to form perfectly round bubbles?
Wimuiba.
New discovery is about to pop.
Tami. Yoshi.
Well, of course, the first thing we'll check is can we eat the frogs? They look small enough. Oh, here's Junior. Did we accidentally... Oh, yeah, I guess because this is unlocked last in a sequence, perhaps, since it's locked behind the notes. Maybe this was level 5 instead of 3. But that's okay. We'll clear everything we can in World 1 before we proceed. Is Kamek going to make a giant frog for us now? We've seen the bewilder bird around. Not so much. You're useless. Young master. Oh, this is where you've been hiding. Who are you? It's me, your faithful servant. I think maybe Kamek himself might also have mixed up Bowser Jr. with Baby Bowser. Whatever. We're gonna go find the bewilder bird. What is that? You see, Junior has actually studied the encyclopedia because it belongs to him. So far as we can tell. Belongs to his library anyway. I had all but forgotten before now. Some time ago that Kamek fellow entered my pages. I'm glad Kamek seems to have found his young master after so much searching. Yeah, because maybe Junior got trapped in the book and then... So... Bitter, soapy, sudsy taste. And you can pop a bubble with your tongue. That doesn't do much though. Can you dock one of these? Yes, you can. Can you jump on the bubbles? Guess we'll find out. Now, can we maybe toss them into each other? Make contact with eggs. Stuns them. Doesn't count as a discovery though for some reason. Jump on top. Get into a bubble. That's interesting. Bubbles can trap anything. Well, why don't we trap one of it in a bubble? There we go. Ground pound. They snooze after returning to the ground. Does that make this bog their bedroom? They flee underground, but then you see you can make a little trap like this, and then you can break it open again. What a rude awakening. Sudsy sleepers nap on the ground. Yeah, you can stomp them. Try to stomp them back awake afterwards. Okay, you can only ride that for a certain length of time. So, naturally we'll try to make them interact. Oops. Hey, this game uses music again, and not just the kind we play by ourselves. I wonder if you can get a flower crown on top of one of them. I bet you can. I mean, it said so in the animation at the very start, so it only makes sense that would be the case. Nope, that didn't go. But surely we can scatter the leaves with bubbles, potentially. Yeah, we can scatter all of these. And so we'll do so. Makes me think that we can go below and then scatter all these leaves from underground. Now, mud is going to be interesting to work with here as well. They get muddy? They do. And then if they are muddy, do they make muddy bubbles? They have trouble making bubbles. Maybe. Oh, bubbles that are bulky. And Labanda Devren, welcome. Let me just give you a quick shout out. Hope Maker was going well over there today. And Mario, you were saying, Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy fact. The German localization was a bit more direct. As Yoshi's Island came around Claude Moy's involvement, the level's German name translates to Funny Sport Drama. Except the abbreviation for that in German is LSD. Yeah, for Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Okay, so you can cleanse the frog. Doesn't register in the book if you do that, though. But then maybe you can do something with the muddy bubbles to catch something. Yeah, Labanda, the friend, you're saying, how is Yoshi doing? Well, kind of muddy, but he's muddling through it. So I'm just trying to pull up the fallen leaves. I didn't even realize it did that. This one up here, let's see if we can get him off here. So it's looped around a branch. But then you can continue to chain your jumps just higher and higher. Look at that. And you can keep going. The muddy ones are actually easier to reach, if anything, and there you go. In terms of trying to chain an infinite jump, you don't want the bubbles to always float up if you can't reach them, right? But if you use mud, then you can chain to jump as much as you want. As long as you continue fluttering. Yeah, thank you for dropping by with the raid. I hope you had a good stream and do have a good sleep as well. So let's see, sleepers nap underground. What do we trap one of these in mud? If we can. Well, they do get muddy as expected. I actually kind of wonder if we can make anything bloom here with the flowers, but we'll see how that goes soon enough. But yeah, I basically have infinite aerial movement with these if I use mud. Oh, can I trap these in mud? We'll find out. What happens if I trap the bees? Trying to. But bubbles aren't coming out in quite the way I want. Oh, well, they just popped them, of course. That makes sense. And then, oh, I guess we have to interact with Junior directly here, maybe. While he's still looking for the bird. And yeah, in Mario, you have to head off as well. Thank you for dropping by as long as you did, as usual.
Lari Biula.
Do we need to help them? Really? Okay. I guess we'll just pop this. Touch Fussy, get dizzy. Touch Bubbly, get dizzy. Horrible and all your fault. Anyway, the level clearly keeps going because we got so many more flowers.
Tia Ari.
We'll touch this, but we've got lots to do here. We still have to get more of the flowers, at the very least. And then cover whatever else we can without
Didi.
the higher tier of hints.
Visha Atara.
Let's keep going. I bet we can go even higher in this location.
Wimuiba.
Come on, Bubbles. Yeah, you need a little bit of sideways movement to get more bubbles going with it. There we go. And the level continues. Quite a bit higher, in fact. Quite a bit higher. We missed a lot along the way, but let's get up here. Follow up to new heights. Okay, we'll go back down and just see what else we missed. Yeah, you get a lot more bubbles in the sideways movement because that's what Bubble Blower does to function. You do need movement along the x-axis. This is back to where we already got flower 2, so... Oh, look at this. This is huge. And unseen for me up to this point. And the next one's going to be past this. Let's go over here first. I think I've seen this part actually. One that we climbed up top. But presumably there's something else here. Oh, they're trying to pull something. How can I help? Well, that's not really helping, is it? Maybe I need to drop more flowers. Yeah, no, I need to drop more flowers here to help them, I think. Instead of devouring them all. I'll get over here. Yeah, because I think more flowers needed to be part of the same chain to let the... turn up from the ground. So, shouldn't have devoured so many. Let's see if we can find more. Create a lengthier chain. Otherwise, we'll just have to restart the level to do that bit. I think we may have to restart just from lack of flowers. Yeah, I don't think there's much I can do to help directly. So we'll at the very least restart to do the little duck there. Probably bloom some flowers. Oh, here's something. Wake everything up. If we can. In fact, this will allow me to get back up to where we needed. Except I need to manipulate some of these so we have sufficient bubbles. You know what? Let's just wave a whole bunch. Or we can even throw the flower up over here. No. You need to move some of these, I think. Or just set these down and... Whoop, that was not what I wanted. Just have two beside each other and then we will get sufficient bubbles off of them. Three of them. Still not enough. Yeah, oh, there we go. Ooh, that's interesting. So we have something making hearts now. Much heartier. Yeah, because I guess that's how you would ascend even further, but what happens when we trap another frog inside hearts? Let's try it. Leaf cleanup, did we? Or did we catch some apples? Guess we would need to knock those down first. Let's see what we can do. Oh, and we give it an apple, then we get something completely different. Get an apple bubble. Guess eventually we'll need to get some peppers or something as well. It's pretty significant. What about muddy apple? Yeah, you can combine different types. Now, too bad we lost the art one already from having converted it, but otherwise we would try to make a muddy heart, which I hadn't tried. So that's something that we should do for the next pass, try to make the mud heart. Right, we need to try to go for the crown still. But let's make some things bloom. I don't really see an area for a grounded set of flowers to give us what we need for that, though. Okay, so next pass we'll try to make the muddy heart. That's the main thing that occurs to me. Oh yes, and we don't have a way to set up the crown. Maybe down below. Trying to see what else we haven't really considered yet. Yeah, let's try to go start over for this part. And fill in some of what we know we are definitely missing. Bubbles coming up through the middle here too, but I don't know how much of that is just decorative. Now, if there was someone able to get me a flower crown here, that would be helpful. I don't quite recall if that was the case. Trying to see if we can get the weighted bubbles to take out these platforms, and that'll work. And yeah, we need to get some help to get the heart, and we're going for the muddy heart. Still trying to look out for the flower crown as well, of course, but clean these. You know, I bet I could hit Comic with an egg there in that particular location. Also, we haven't fed them the heart turnip. We fed the frog, but I don't think the flowers eat it. Too big for them. Let's give it to the frog. Yeah. Muddy heart. There we go. Quite a romantic mess, yeah. So there's got to be some interaction with this one here. Maybe we can rescue it, or some kind of interaction that doesn't involve eating it outright the way we did. You trap him and bring him down. There's something. Well, maybe if we use a normal bubble, we can lift it out. Oops, got more mud. What do we put hearts inside the bees. Well, no, the bees are always going to capture, or rather puncture, everything, so. We have an upward bubble. Are we able to rescue this one? Not really. But then maybe I'm able to just swap into it. There we go. Rescue it. Oops. Wrong button. We don't have eggs anyway. Okay. Yeah, we got all this already previously. But I bet maybe there's some series of interactions with the Namek and Bowser scene. We actually didn't try feeding the pink turnip to the bees. In fact, maybe they would have gone for it. Oops. A little bit tricky to get up there. Let's actually go for some mud. Nope, not quite. There we are, just need to stall. Let's always see if there's some kind of alternate interaction with them here. We burst a bubble with the tongue earlier. But perhaps we'll try something different. Maybe we can escort them. Really, really high. Maybe we can track them for longer, or do they just cycle around? See what we can do. Okay, no, I guess we have to pop it in anyway. Might have been possible to catch them early. The earlier part of the level. Okay. Putting hearts everywhere. I wonder if there's something else we can interact with using this. Well, let's pop the standard tier of hints. Let's see what else would occur to us here. Yeah, discovered quite a bit by ourselves. Oh, we're still missing 2 of the flowers. I thought I got a bunch of them, but apparently not. But maybe revealing some of the hints will give us more locations to look at. Bubble up a whole bunch. Ah, yeah, you just need to make big bubbles using the apples and then capture a chunk at once. Burped out a bursting bubble. Seems like that is pepper related. We haven't found peppers here yet. Bursting bubbles, best buzzy bugs. So instead of waiting for them to come here, then perhaps we burst one near them and that could get quite a bit done. Burped out a heavy bursting bubble. Yeah, we need to find where the peppers will be. Because there's a whole set of interactions there that we'll want. Caught in a bubble of love. I guess we'd make it big enough. And how would you make it big and... Well, we'll see. Let's just try to set it up. A beautiful rainbow. Hoppy hoops stuck on a branch. So we can add more to the branch. That's interesting. Wonder how we could position those. I guess we just throw towards the branch, then it might work. Okay, bubbles in bloom. Okay. Well, a lot of these are quite easily doable, I think. Everybody's gone over here, so... Ah, and you can actually still get more fruit down here, so... It has not been completely expended. Let's try to go for the big bubbles then. I need to figure out where the peppers are. Just trying to look for the B section here. Here we go. Trying to go for the burst all those if we can. Okay, can't believe we're missing that much. Anyway, we need to try to do the double trap if we can. Yeah, we go over. And we plan accordingly. Well, those two together, but we need that together with one of the flowers if we are still able to do it. Down below, perhaps. See it. There we go. Hold up a whole bunch. Oh, right, we need a heart for some of these as well, so let's try to get back up a little bit. Now, what we were looking for is... oh, no. That's fine. Still hearts. And nope. Couldn't quite get them together. Got it. Sudden roommates in a heart-shaped bubble. Good thing we seem to get along. Okay, let's see. What else could we do? A beautiful rainbow. That might be in that top location, perhaps. All the way up high. Still haven't found the peppers. Oh, I'm quite able to get them on the branch. Okay. There we go. Let's get another one. There we are. Quite satisfying to see them hanging out together. Okay, bubbles and bloom. I mean, sure, we can just do that in this location once we get some flowers. We can. Wasn't here. Well, still missing some. Okay, let's keep going. Wow, that's quite a gust of wind, actually. There's the rainbow. Yeah, I didn't realize there was a whole gust of wind, but I guess if you are in a bubble at that point, then you get launched up quite high. Certainly, I think there's going to be more to do here. Much higher can go. Way up into space or something. Feels quite high. Doesn't seem to be stopping me. Maybe nothing beyond this point. Not really sure. Well, still need to come over this a little bit more carefully. Keeping the current native, the current state of the chapter. So missing one at the end and number 2. Who knows where that was? I didn't keep track of the. I'm collecting materials so far very diligently. Maybe there's the underground segment. There's the apples over here. Okay, so I really do wonder what we haven't checked, location-wise. Maybe we'll start this one over again one more time. Actually, had we even started this one at all? I'm not sure. But we definitely haven't found a pepper location. I would need it. Okay. Now we're back here. feels like maybe we can stretch ourselves up this way. If we just get a frog to work with again. Okay, we need to go all the way back, but if we can get a heart going again, that would be nice. Yeah, because we'd seen this area. Yeah, back then it was dynamic transition years ago. I'm just thinking of a particular interaction that just jogged my memory for. I had some kind of point there. I wasn't sure what I was getting at myself. Let's yeah, so it looks like bubbles will not be sustained here. Let's just go up right away like that. You know what? Let's just ride this up. Yeah, that's just where there's a rainbow, but then I find it suspicious today. Let's see. I found that. Not quite good enough. A little too fragile. I don't know what location I haven't checked yet then, because we went all the way up to the rainbow. Can't seem to sink any further down in the water. We would need some way to grow some peppers, perhaps. Well, let's see, because I haven't discovered any new interactions here for quite some time at this point. Okay. Oh, right, that's just, you have to burst it from afar. It seems so. Yeah, it is trying to obstruct everything inside. Well, it seems like there might still be something unresolved for the fifth and final guardian. We know how to get up there. We got the end segment here, but we know there's more up above. Okay, gotta regroup here and think for a moment, because I guess the mud is starting to be counterproductive, but I believe we did get quite a ways above this very last time. So, oh, that's the idle animation where you juggle something on your feet. Yeah. Very dull tree. Let's maybe wash up the excess water first. So how am I missing both 2 and 5? That's going to take some figuring out. And I got mudded up again, which I was trying to avoid. I guess that's what happens when mud is coming down all over the place. Actually, let's get him down. Oh, whoops. Okay, let's ride, if we can. Need to hop out to the other one from time to time. Well, let's see. That didn't last. First bubble. We'll just keep going first. We've been up there previously, I think, but here we are. Let's. Nope, that's it. So you can find a better way to do it. Let's find a more durable setup. Yeah, all this we had seen to some extent before. Then we could lift all the way back up. Yeah, so we had been up there. Didn't notice anything that would have given me the flower, though, so even the ambition to try to clear all flowers here might be a little bit forbidding at the moment. But you would think that the new heights at the end are what give you flower number 5. It just makes too much sense for that to be the case, and maybe we didn't scan the area carefully enough. And wherever the second one is, it's probably... Oh, here are the peppers. Okay. Finally. Okay, now we might be able to do something. Heat of the painful pump. Yeah, then in that case, you can use this to eventually inflict some damage. Doesn't mean to pop a lot of neighboring bubbles. Let's see if we can get caught by one of our own bubbles here. Not quite. Got it? And I think we need to get some mud on the bubbles here as well. But let's keep going in case we manage to figure something out about that. So it does say that we collected 4 out of 5, then hang on, that doesn't make sense though. Am I misreading this? I was looking for all the flowers. Maybe we did get them previously before the resets, or did I just completely misread the interface here? Yeah, no, because it's usually just an... Okay, no, for some reason I thought I hadn't collected these, and that's why I've been spending so much time here. I actually did get them all previously, but we restarted, and then so on this run we only have 4 out of 5. I thought I had collected that one previously, and we had. So I completely misread that. So we've been fine, actually. It's just that we might want to get mud on top of that one. And then trim a garden somewhere. So we spent so much time on this looking for flowers that I hadn't collected, and we actually had collected them before. Was not paying attention. Anyway, let's find some mud. Oh, also, this is where we can take down the whole tree. Let's get the mud. There we go. First as it lands. Interesting. Well, at this point we need the bouquet of bubbles in bloom. And what else? I think that's actually the only one. That's easy enough. We just need to bloom some flowers first. Yeah, bubble wrapped a blooming flower. We just need a few of those, I guess. That does mean I need to get much more flowers going again. Yeah, okay, first of all, let's make sure we have the ability to go back up. Hang on. Too much mud around here. Let's clean up all that we can. Oh, still too much mud. Okay, now we can take this one. It would kindly give me more to work with. Oops. Come on. Here we go. We did wreck all the foliage there, but... let's see what we can do. Yeah, we might actually have to redo it because we blew up all the bushes. Right, because we need far more bubbles to head back up. I think it's easier if we restart to do the bouquet objective then. Let's do that. Because that's the only one I'm missing in this chapter right now, I think, after spending way too long here. I would like to get through World 1 today. I mean, we are running the stream a little bit long, like usually. Want to stop around this time, but let's see what happens. Well, these have already bloomed, though. Then if we do a few more... then we just need lots and lots of bubbles if we can. Or bouquet. Wait. How does that not count? Bouquet of bubbles and bloom. Oh, no, those are not the little flowers. That's... or are they? I can't tell. Since that's the last one left, we might even just pop the 100 in for that. Just so I'm clear on what it's asking me. On the other hand... oops. Try to get all of them. Perhaps. Yeah, and try to maybe trap all three at the same time. Did that work? No, it did not. Okay, let's see what exactly we're dealing with here, because that is the last one in this set. And we may as well. Bloom every flower bud, then wrap them in bubbles. Okay. Then... yeah, we need to reset this and set it up properly then. Well, it's got to be all of them. I think what we'll do is we'll go for the big bubbles off the apples Grab every flower at once. You actually need to do them all together at the same time though before any of them's popped, or... Yeah, because I would assume that you actually need to get them all at the same time, which... Oh no, that's okay. That counts. In that case, I think we're finished with this one.
Yoshi.
Yeah, I think that's it. No more hints, I don't believe. Okay, let's tap out of here. And name the frog somehow. I have to think about what to call it. But we'll listen to the recommended name first. Took entirely too long wandering around here before we noticed a pepper. Glubbit. We'll do something else. Just thinking of a good way to do it. This will take a moment to think about. And this is why, you know, I don't know if we'll actually wind up keeping at this the whole game through. I mean, we could just call it Bubble Frog because that's something from Tears of the Kingdom, spelt a little bit differently. But it makes a certain amount of sense to just do that. I was trying to think about something more food themed, but can't be too picky with 10 characters. Yeah, because I was wondering, like, why was it thinking Bubble Frog? It's because it's Zelda. But there it is. This kind of name. Bubble Frog. So, it just makes too much sense. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, actually, it gave me a red indicator because it looks like I got absolutely everything there. Our success is driving me to learn even more about these mysterious creatures. May I continue to count on you all to help fill my pages and complete my contents. Brilliant. Thank you, Yoshis. So there's a contents page. Let's see. Do I have to? I guess... No, I don't have to. I can go in here and do one remaining level. So yeah, we actually did manage to get everything with a frog. The other pages are not complete yet because there is more to discover in other levels that pertain to each one of these. I may rename the Crazy Daisy to something other than Nectar, I think. Because we're starting to get off of the original concept I had in mind. Wait, am I allowed to? Because the X button isn't doing anything for me. So we'll see if I'm actually allowed to get in here and play with anything else. Okay, no, he wants to force me to go contents first, so let's do that. Oh, okay, so now we see the chapters, and we see how to unlock each of the chapters. And I'm actually able to unlock everything up to chapter 4 at this point, so it looks like I don't have to do it in linear fashion.
Yoshi, Binito.
As well as stars we collected, we can turn to a new chapter. So is it going to show me all the unlocks so far? Yes. Just like that, a new chapter has opened. We're definitely not short on stars. What's this? Anybody seems to be concerned about something. So yeah, I guess if we come back here, we have more interactions. It's concerned about the rocks that we had just now, so... I mean... maybe that's invaded its level or something. Let's see what that is all about then. Maybe it's some kind of modification of the level. I don't know if that will actually finish chapter 1 today then, because they just take about an hour a piece, it seems. Never seen a note like that before. Something may have happened within its pages. So yeah, we can see that something has changed here. But maybe... well, we'll find out. I mean, we know that interaction already, so... some things have changed since our last visit here. Okay, so we can get this one now. And it can... ooh, those are bigger than they were before. The honey bunch can grow to a considerably larger size. Beat the big swarm, and that's what we did before. But presumably, and we're not going to get hints yet because we just got here, but... I wonder if it unlocks more hints. It actually does not. So what would we be doing here if... we... seem to have unlocked a lot of what I need already. I guess you could take down a lot of the foliage that we've seen before. But the exact nature of what there is to unlock to get 100% on the bees would still be a mystery. Yeah, we just take down all of this stuff. And actually, okay, so you can actually get rid of the entire secret swarm. That seems important. Just clear it completely. So we get... no matter, let's keep going. Come on. Trying to get up to something I can ride. Nope, hang on. Well, let's continue clearing bushes. Yeah, so this has already been... No, it hasn't. Never mind. Okay, well, let's just destroy everything. And actually, we see some heavy hives now. Very heavy hives. I mean, what do we do other than just pop everything then? Removed all big honey bunch hives and swarms. Okay, but then we can probably keep exploring. Like, maybe at this point it gives me hint access like it usually would. And yeah, you're saying you like how you can get higher up with that, much higher. Seems like this is something that you could bust through potentially as well. If you had muddy bubbles going down or something. That looks like it's the limit, though. But let's check the book. And yeah, there's more to discover now. Let's run around just a little bit more before we jump to any conclusions, because I'm sure there's more foliage we can take down or something. And we'll see how that looks. And indeed, we might be able to go all the way up here, which is new. I bet there's something for taking out all leaves. This makes too much sense. I see more leaves down below. We'll deal with those in a moment. And there we go, I handled each big one. Yeah, we'll just wreck everything around here. Remarkably, there may be more. I guess we could backtrack up to this occasion. Might be able to go up from here too. There we go. And we're not done. Oh, here's down below. That's still not it. Assuming there is some indication for it, which I strongly suspect there is. Strongly suspect it's an objective. Well, we have been up here. I wonder if there's anything else to look at. No. Oh, here's more. Okay, at this point, maybe we'll pop the hint. Oh, no more. Okay, so we actually didn't need to continue here because it looks like we did in fact finish everything. Okay, let's end.
Baforum. Tauri. Mo Trajan.
So yeah, I guess as you learn more interactions and you stamp another one. Okay. Well, let's get back to this. And yeah, so we've now filled out 100% on that one as well. I don't know if I'll be able to stay late enough to finish the last one in chapter 1 today. Also, strangely enough, we didn't end up putting a crown on the frog when we had a chance to do it. I'm considering whether I want to rename the Crazy Daisy to something other than just nectar as well, despite it being an ample source. I'm considering my options. Maybe we'll think about it, and if I have an idea, I'll, rather than spend time on it now, plug it in at the beginning of the next session. Anyway, looking at the contents, doing pretty well considering opening up our way to all of these chapters already. We don't necessarily need to do them in order if we unlocking things quite so rapidly. I wonder how much interactivity there is between what you learn in one environment and the other ones. I guess we'll find out. Because if you can do things in multiple orders, that could change how many of these lessons you can actually apply. Tempting to stay on to do one more, but as we've discovered so far with how long we've been taking with each one, this could rapidly get out of control. So we'll have to maybe look at the little dandelion puffs here next time. Yeah, I think we'll stop here for the time being then. And we'll wrap up the Wild Woods in the next session. Doing pretty well today, although 100% again looks absolutely massive in this game, beyond what I could have imagined at the current pace that we're going. And so we'll decide as we go just how exhaustive I want to be, because I wasn't expecting, for example, in the Frog chapter to also do that to 100% right away, given that we were already kind of relaxing that condition, and then we wound up doing it anyway because so much was just discovered organically as we went. So we'll finish here today. I'll be on for this game as often as I'm able over the next little while. I mean, if we're going for a 100%, that's going to be a much lengthier initiative and might be something that in the long term we swap around with some other games just to keep things interesting. But we'll decide what happens as we go. So thank you so much for joining me. We'll be back for much more. And until we meet again, have a wonderful time with everything that you may be playing or making or enjoying in your own way. And as always, fare thee well.